O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. We acknowledge we are gathered on Treaty 1 territory and that Manitoba is located on the treaty territories and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Anishin, Inuak, Dakota Oyate, Dene Sulene, and Nihithuwug nations. We acknowledge Manitoba is located on the homeland of the Red River Métis. We acknowledge northern Manitoba includes lands that were and are the ancestral lands of the Inuit. We respect the spirit and intent of treaties and treaty making and remain committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and collaboration. Good afternoon, everybody. Please be seated. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills. Committee reports, tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to table this supplement to the estimates of expenditure for the Department of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration for the fiscal year of 2022-2023.
Ministerial statements. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. And I would indicate that the 90 minutes notice prior to routine proceedings was provided in accordance with our Rule 26 bracket 2. Would the Honourable Minister please proceed with his statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this past weekend, Manitoba received a significant weather event with precipitation totaling up to 80 millimeters across the province. As a result, some roadways have been closed due to localized overland flooding, as well as 2 municipalities declaring state of local emergencies, being that of RM of Henley and RM of Cartier. In response, our government, in collaboration with local governments and the Emergency Management Organization, have taken action to provide mitigation and recovery efforts while maintaining an ultimate safety for all of Manitobans. This past Saturday, the Red River floodway was put into operations, providing relief to the Red River and Assiniboine River systems. As of a total of 30,000 sandbags are being provided to municipalities for distribution, as well as pumping systems where applicable. Some dikes in high-risk areas, such as St. Adolphe, have been begun to close. Our provincial staff continue to monitor provincial drains and intervene where necessary to remove obstructions and restore flow in order to reduce the threat of localized flooding. Manitobans are resilient and no strangers to flooding. As we recoup from the efforts on this weather event, I would encourage Manitobans to lend a helping hand to those who need it. The strongest way to battle a storm is together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After this weekend's extreme weather and significant precipitation event, many Manitobans are struggling. As of Sunday evening, over 20,000 people were without power, and many more were anxiously checking their basements for signs of flooding. The situation demands an all-hands-on-deck approach, and we commend all those who are out in the field working around the clock to address the situation. We ask the provincial government to continue communicating with at-risk property owners and municipal leaders so that flood prevention measures can be implemented as quickly as possible, especially as we prepare for more rain later this week. For example, Winnipeggers should be aware that they can pick up sandbags at locations on Pacific and Thomas Avenues and Waverly Street. Details can be found online at winnipeg.ca. Manitobans should have access to flood prevention tools when and where they need them. Winnipeggers picking up sandbags at the sites listed above need to provide identification that they live in the city, and suggesting that there might be a lack of sandbag availability in rural Manitoba. I'd also like to commend all those who are helping each other and their communities protect their properties. Manitobans like Marion Willis from St. Boniface Street Links and all the Manitoba Hydro employees currently restoring power to our communities like Dauphin, Morden, Winnipeg, and Killarney. As I said, Madam Speaker, we stand with Manitobans who are working through this extreme weather situation, and we look forward to receiving more updates from the Minister as we go forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I ask leave to speak to the Minister's statement.
Does the member have leave to respond to the Minister's statement? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, we have very serious flooding and snow events over the weekend. East St. Paul, the Arm of Stanley, the Arm of Cartier, and in quite a number of other areas have been very significantly affected. Around Rossburn and Onanole, there's been very heavy snow. In fact, residents are being told where there's hydro lines out that the hydro people can't even come in until the roads are cleared. April 13th, the Manitoba Liberal leader, the MLA for St. Boniface, raised concerns about flooding and asked for a briefing from the government to be sure that the government was preparing well. April 21st, in response to the budget, I also mentioned flooding concerns, and the government MLAs laughed at my raising this, but I'm glad today the Minister and the government is taking the flood much more seriously, and that we're having a ministerial statement. We're still waiting for the briefing from the government and hope that they will give a briefing to us and other MLAs shortly.
Further ministerial statements, the Honourable Minister of Education, and I would indicate that the required 90 minutes notice prior to routine proceedings was provided in accordance with Rule 26, Bracket 2. Would the Honourable Minister please proceed with his statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to speak in the chamber today to proclaim the 31st annual week of the Early Childhood Educator and to acknowledge the importance of early childhood educators and their valuable work with children, families, and communities in both centre and home-based licensed facilities. I want to express my appreciation to the Manitoba Child Care Association and all their advocates of learning and child care for their commitment to fostering professional development and excellence in the field of early childhood education. To say these past 2 years have been challenging is an understatement. Through it all, early childhood educators have remained committed to providing quality childcare to Manitoba's children, and their efforts continue to be essential to Manitoba's COVID-19 response. I would like to acknowledge the important services that are provided by early learning and childcare facilities to Manitoba's families. This week of the ECE is a time to recognize the important work and to celebrate the energy, creativity, and expertise of all early childhood educators. The support they provide for families and communities contributes to both the social and economic development of our province. It is because of early childhood educators that families in Manitoba can go to work or school and feel assured their children are in safe, caring, and capable hands. With this in mind, it is my honor today to proclaim the 31st annual week of the Early Childhood Educator. The Manitoba government recognizes that access to responsive, affordable, high-quality, flexible, and inclusive childcare is a priority for Manitoba families. Through the Canada-Manitoba, Canada-wide Early Learning and Childhood Care Agreement, our federal and provincial governments continue to work together toward the shared goals of improving childcare throughout Manitoba. Some of these goals include reducing parent fees by 50% by the end of 2022, the creation of 23,000 new childcare spaces throughout Manitoba, and the implementation of the wage grid, making wages more competitive for the childcare sector. Early childhood educators offer valuable contributions to support families, early learning and childcare, social and economic development, as well as the betterment of society. And early childhood educators in Manitoba's licensed childcare centres, nursery schools, and family child care homes partner with parents to support children's well-being and developmentally appropriate early learning and care. I want to thank early childhood educators across this province for their dedication and passion in providing exceptional care to children throughout Manitoba. I am pleased to recognize two special guests that are in the gallery today. Jody Kale and Karen Kowalski from the Manitoba Child Care Association. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to thank all of Manitoba's dedicated and hardworking early childhood educators who take care of Manitoba kids every day. ECEs ensure that children have a safe, fun, educational experience while their parents or caregivers are able to work or see to other commitments. Many studies have found that high-quality daycare has positive impacts on children. Children attending daycares and ECEs benefit from cognitive development and learn crucial language and pre-academic skills. They also benefit from social interactions with other children that can help with their emotional development and can lead to improved attention spans and conduct. It's important to ensure that there are sufficient resources and childcare spaces available in Manitoba so that every child has the opportunity to attend these centers if their parents so choose. Childcare needs to be affordable for all parents regardless of income level. However, affordable childcare means nothing if there isn't enough staff or centers for all children. More can be done to ensure that affordable childcare is available to all Manitobans. And one aspect of this is ensuring that existing ECE staff are supported by paying them higher wages. Most ECEs earn little more than minimum wage, which makes it harder to attract new workers and leads many to leave the field in order to find higher paying work. Parents know the value of early childhood educators. Their pay needs to reflect this. Honoring ECEs is a nice gesture, but actions will speak louder than words in this sector, Madam Speaker. This government can do much more to support the childcare sector in our province by taking bold action to ensure that childcare is affordable for all, ECEs are adequately paid, and the physical space is available for the demand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Madam Speaker, I seek leave to respond to the Minister's statement.
Does the member have leave to respond to the ministerial statement? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last few years, as the Manitoba Liberal critic for childcare, I've had the opportunity to converse with many different early childhood educators throughout the province. I reflect upon a couple of specific late-night committees that took place about a year ago, where ECE workers spoke so passionately about the needs that childcare centres have and the barriers that they face here in Manitoba. Madam Speaker, childcare can be a huge barrier on its own that many people face, and this was amplified during the pandemic and even more so now as people are returning to work in person. During the pandemic, many childcare centres faced having to close cohorts. They also had to request parents pick up and drop off their children at different times, and this was all on top of having to find staffing for screening COVID symptoms, answering phone calls, and meeting parents at school entrances. Madam Speaker, more presently, this ripple effect has continued to create a huge struggle for people who are trying to find available childcare spots. Many have been on long wait lists and continue to be. People are struggling to find affordable childcare, and people are really struggling in finding ways to manage going back to work or even just maintain their jobs. In addition to this, we as politicians are hearing from early learning childcare facilities and how many of them felt forgotten and not appreciated by this government throughout the pandemic. Public childcare should be accessible for everyone, and we have seen the federal government provide millions to support recruitment and retention for our early learning childcare centres, as well as their big access to public childcare for $10 a day program. But where is this government? We know this provincial government underspent their designated funds for the pandemic support staffing benefit in 2020-2021 by $9.2 million. And while the minister responsible says that more childcare spaces are coming, the question of who will be staffing these spaces are ringing louder. Madam Speaker, my hope is that the provincial government will work directly with ELCC centres and understand the importance of increasing wages and resources and ensuring that there are spots for all children who would benefit from early learning childcare. Thank you.
Member statements. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a young athlete from the constituency of Turtle Mountain. Justin Lee, son of Don and Carla Lee, and former Verdant Oil Capitals defenseman, helped the University of Denver's men's hockey team capture its record-tying 9th national title. Lee committed to the University of Denver during the successful junior rookie season with the Verdant Oil Caps. He was the Manitoba's Junior Hockey League Rookie of the Year and the members of the MGHL All-Rookie Team. Before Denver, Justin recorded 35 points through 57 games during the 2017 season. He registered 6 goals and 24 assists through the 62 games for the 2018 season. In the 2019 season, Justin appeared at 31 out of 36 games, made his NCAA debut, and recorded his first point with assists against the Boston College, and scored his first collegiate goal with the University of Minnesota Duluth. Justin played with 24 games in 2022 season, tallying 6 points and leading all defensemen with 4 goals. He has also scored 2 goals in Denver's win over Omaha. This season, the Waskata, Manitoba product of assistant captain of the Denver University team posted an assist in the 5-1 victory over Minnesota State University. In the semifinals, his team beat the University of Michigan 3-2 in overtime. Lee had an assist in the contest. The Michigan Wolverines and the Denver Pioneers are now tied with 9 titles each. As you can see, Madam Speaker, Justin Lee has endured great success during his hockey career. Residents of Turtle Mountain, my fellow MLA's colleagues, and Manitobas across the province are proud of this man-made hockey star, Manitoba-made hockey star, and we would like to wish him continued success moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm honored to rise and pay tribute to the Murdoch-McKay women's hockey team, who happen to be joining us today in the gallery. Despite only being in the Winnipeg Women's Hockey League for only 4 years, the Murdoch-McKay Collegiate Women's Hockey Team has proven once again that they are fierce competitors within the higher marketing division. Born out of a desire to represent their school, Murdoch joined the league for 2018-19 as underdogs. With most of the team experienced as ringette players that year, they were very successful in their debut season and won the higher marketing championship. Looking to defend their title in 2019-20, and with most of the previous roster returning, the team made it to the finals once again, was set to play Collège Pierre-Elliott Trudeau in a battle of Transcona. Unfortunately, though, the final round was cancelled due to COVID, and it would be another 2 years before they would be back on the ice. After this hiatus, the girls stepped back onto the rink with excitement and enthusiasm to represent their school. Those who kick-started the program in their grade 9 year now return to the team as veterans set to lead a new batch of players. Going into a season filled with uncertainty, the resiliency and perseverance practiced through pandemic proved to be essential as the season progressed, leaning on team spirit and recognizing the unique contribution of each team member. They continued their momentum of the regular season into the playoffs. Ultimately, they were once again able to claim the championship title. There are 5 graduating players on the team this year who can look back on their memories with pride, as they were the players who started the program and are now passing the torch to their teammates, who look forward to continuing this legacy. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating the Murdoch-McKay hockey team and their successes. I would like to respectfully ask that we include the team roster and coaching staff into enhancement. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier this month, I had the honor of attending this year's Manitoba Pork Banquet, where 3 of the founding members of High Life Limited received this year's Manitoba Pork Industry Award in the category of Industry Builder. Don Jansen has over 45 years of farm experience and has been with High Life since its inception in 1994. Don is heavily involved in the community, and while he was with High Life, he looked he overlooked the philanthropic management of the company. Claude Villefort has also been with High Life since its inception in 1994, and during his time at High Life, he led the production, genetics, and human resources teams. Claude has over 30 years of farm experience and represented High Life and the pork industry on several boards, including the Manitoba Pork Board, the Canadian Pork Council, and the Canadian Pork Value Chain Roundtable. Denis Villefort has also been with High Life since 1994. His primary responsibilities while with High Life were environmental management, asset development, construction, manufacturing, and maintenance. In 1994, the three Villefort brothers, Paul, Denis, and Claude, partnered with Don Jansen to form Villefort Jansen and to build Tritech Sow, a 2,000-head barn. In 1997, the barn was converted to house 6,000 head and was the largest in Canada. Many more barns were added, and in 2003, all barns were combined under the name of High Tech. In 2005, High Tech became High Life. High Life's reach spread across the province and around the world. In 2008, High Life purchased a plant in Nipawa that staffed 350 people, processing 1,300 hogs a day. Today, High Life has grown to over 4,500 employees across multiple countries, processing over 14,000 hogs a day. I would ask all in this chamber to help me congratulate the founders of High Life on their success in growing a true Manitoba success story.
The honourable member for Burrows.
Shukriya, Madam Speaker. April is the month to recognize the significant contributions Sikh Manitobans have made to the growth and prosperity of Manitoba, and I am glad to rise in the House today and recognize the founder of Radio Awaz, Mr. Baldev Gill. In the late 60s, Baldev immigrated to Canada, first settling in Vancouver and then making Manitoba his home in the mid-70s. Starting off as a commercial electrician, he then stepped onto the taxi business, becoming a taxi owner with Unicity, and was elected as the president from 1988 to 1989. In 2015, Baldev, along with his wife Shinder Kaur, started Radio Awaz, which is Winnipeg's first 24/7 South Asian radio station. Radio Awaz is known and loved by many families in Manitoba and is a platform for the community and by the community. Baldev and his team have done a commendable job in keeping Manitobans entertained and informed with great content. Radio Awaz programming presents tourist information, weather and traffic updates, and regularly hosts local guest speakers to engage on a variety of topics. The team from Radio Awaz is actively involved in community. By raising awareness on various issues, they are able to mobilize the community to create change. They have organized fundraisers for many community organizations, such as Winnipeg Harvest and the Children's Hospital. In 2019, Radio Awaz raised thousands of dollars for a family who had tragically lost 2 loved ones in an accidental drowning. Baldev and his team's work is immeasurable in connecting South Asian Manitobans through language, music, and community. Baldev's life story is one of that resonates with many families across our province. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all members to join me in thanking the team of Radio Awaz and recognizing Mr. Baldev Gill for his contributions to Manitoba. Let's welcome Mr. Baldev Gill and Mrs. Shinder Kaur, present with us in the gallery today. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Reconciliation and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to stand in the House to celebrate the Selkirk and District Community Foundation's 36th Citizen of the Year. Mr. Brett Mitchell joins the list of dedicated volunteers in our community who selflessly and without hesitation steps up and works towards bettering our community. He has been a volunteer board member for the Festival on the Red, a member of the Dufferin Gang Committee, a member of the Lockport Development Group, and a volunteer board member for Selkirk Biz. He is also actively involved in most of the events that define the Tri-S area, including Selkirk's Canada Day celebrations, the Triple S Fair and Rodeo, the Parade of Lights, Homes for the Holidays and Holiday Alley, the Highland Gathering, and the Lockport River's Edge Run. When Brett's father was diagnosed with Huntington's disease, Brett took up the cause, raising funds and awareness for Huntington's disease. He became an active volunteer board member with the Huntington Society of Canada, Winnipeg, and area chapter. Brett Mitchell values being part of what makes our Tri-S area the best that it can be. He is known for his endless energy, commitment, and entrepreneurial spirit, which contributes to many organizations meeting and surpassing their goals. His community spirit is driven by the positive energy from others that share the same passion for community. He can be seen at just about every event in the Tri-S area, supporting the cause, lifting our communities, and sharing his enthusiasm for life. Brett views his time and efforts in volunteerism as a family commitment and gives thanks to his wife Janet and 3 sons for their support and sacrifices. Brett is proud to state that his 3 sons have taken up the cause as active volunteers. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleagues to please rise and acknowledge the Selkirk and District Community Foundation's 36th Citizen of the Year, Mr. Brett Mitchell.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking all the hydro workers and those on the front lines who are helping Manitobans through this most recent weekend storm. Now, the Public Utilities Board has been a protector of the people of Manitoba. We know that this Premier and the PCs keep trying to raise hydro rates by hundreds of dollars a year. In fact, this year they tried to get the rate increase approved for 5%. The PUB said, no, it's not justified. But the PCs and this Premier, they simply won't accept that. We've learned this past weekend that the PCs are now going back to the Public Utilities Board and continuing to push for that 5% rate increase. Madam Speaker, this is going to cost Manitobans hundreds of dollars a year. It doesn't make sense with gas and grocery prices going through the roof. Why does the Premier want to raise hydro rates by hundreds of dollars a year on Manitobans?
Yeah.
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I don't even know where to begin with the litany of false accusations and the Leader of the Opposition's preamble when it comes to this. But Manitobans know one thing, and that is what the NDP did to Manitoba Hydro. They, in their time in office, Madam Speaker, they tripled the debt of Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker, leaving that burden on the back of the ratepayers of Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker. Manitobans know that the NDP doesn't stand for them, Madam Speaker. They stand for themselves. They jacked up the debt of Manitoba Hydro. Now we're having to clean up their mess.
Yeah.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Well, we know the PC plan, it's to thank hydro workers during a fall storm and then turn around and try and lay them off and reduce their wages. That's their record when it comes to Manitoba Hydro. Our plan is simple. Let's keep hydro rates affordable, especially with the cost of living going up through the roof. What the PCs have done with Manitoba Hydro this year is ask for a 5% increase. That's going to cost the average family hundreds of dollars. It's a good thing we've got the Public Utilities Board in place to protect Manitobans because the PUB rejected that 5% increase. They said it wasn't justified. Now, this government has gone back to that PUB and asked for them to vary the order. They've asked for an increase of hundreds of dollars a year on people's hydro bills. Why does the Premier think that Manitobans are in a position to pay hundreds more per year on their hydro bills?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, Madam Speaker, I also want to thank all of those hydro workers out there who are working diligently over the...
Order.
Well, I know the members opposite think that's funny, but we think it's very serious. They work very diligently and hard over this week.
Order.
We thank them very much for the work that they have done, especially with the severe weather that happened over the weekend, Madam Speaker. We also want to thank those who work in Manitoba transportation infrastructure, as well as our emergency measures organization, who work diligently around the work to ensure that the safety of Manitobans during these times, Madam Speaker. But the member opposite will know that tripling the debt of Manitoba Hydro, as they did under their time, it comes with consequences, Madam Speaker. And the consequences are as a result of the NDP tripling the debt of Manitoba Hydro that forced the PUB to make that decision on the increase. We don't make those decisions, Madam Speaker.
Right.
The Public Utility Board makes that decision.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
That's the issue, Madam Speaker. The Public Utilities Board has made a decision. The PUB ruled that their 5% increase is not justified. But now this Premier, this PC cabinet, they're not content with respecting the PUB. They've now gone back and they've asked for the PUB to vary the order. They've asked for them to reconsider. They're asking the PUB to change their decision and now come back with a 5% rate increase. Madam Speaker, Manitobans are dealing with a lot right now. We see inflation is at record high levels. We see the price of milk is going up under their watch. The price of gas continues to increase. Why does this PC cabinet not want to respect the Public Utilities Board? And why are they asking for a rate increase that'll hit Manitobans with hundreds of dollars a year in more costs?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, what we have been doing, Madam Speaker, and what we will continue to do is protect Manitobans against the NDP government, who jacked taxes against Manitobans and made Manitobans' lives less affordable back in their time, Madam Speaker.
Right.
We won't go in that direction. That's why in our budget 2022, we have listed a whole range of things that we are doing to make life more affordable for Manitobans, Madam Speaker. Their way of doing things is jacking up debt in Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker. We will continue to make life more affordable for all Manitobans.
Sure.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, who in Manitoba right now thinks that life is getting more affordable under the PCs? No one, Madam Speaker. The cost of living is going through the roof. And we know that Manitoba hydro rates are a big part of that pinch that Manitobans are feeling right now. Everyone in Manitoba who has to pay a hydro bill got a very stark reminder this past year that their bills were going up. And then this government decided to email everyone and to remind them, a very difficult reminder, I would say, that the cost of living continues to increase. And now we learned this past weekend that this same PC government, under this Premier's direction, is going back to the PUB and asking for them to vary the order. We think the PUB is important to protect Manitobans from these rate increases. The only question that we don't understand is why does this PC government keep going back to the Public Utilities Board and asking Manitobans to pay hundreds and hundreds more?
The member's time has expired. The Honourable First Minister.
Speaker, there is absolutely nothing about the preamble and the Leader of the Opposition's question, Madam Speaker, that has anything to do with reality of what's going on in Manitoba. Madam Speaker, what I will do is I will remind Manitobans that life under the previous NDP government was less affordable, Madam Speaker. They jacked up taxes 16 of 17 years that they were in power, Madam Speaker. That is not making life more affordable for Manitobans. Now, the members opposite have a choice this afternoon. They will have a choice to vote for a budget that makes life much more affordable for Manitobans, or they can choose to vote against that. The question is, what will their choice be?
Hey.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, it's a fact. Everyone in Manitoba knows that life is getting more expensive right now.
Yep.
Everyone knows it's a fact that they're increasing hydro rates. It's also a fact that business groups have had enough with the PC's interference at hydro. Manitoba's Industrial Power Users Group, these are some of the biggest employers in the province, responsible for thousands of jobs. They say a lack of transparency regarding the most recent rate and regular changes imposed by the legislature means that industry in Manitoba is presently operating with an unprecedented lack of confidence. End quote, Madam Speaker. That means a threat to thousands of jobs in our province. Given the suspicion from these large employers, given the difficulties that Manitobans are facing, why is this government going back to the Public Utilities Board and try and argue that rates need to increase even more?
The Honourable First Minister.
Madam Speaker, again, the litany of false accusations by the member opposite. Madam Speaker, what Bill 36 does is protects ratepayers of Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker.
Exactly.
It also protects Manitoba Hydro, especially from an NDP government that likes to triple the debt of Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker. This is a stable, sustainable approach to ensure that Manitoba Hydro remains in Manitoba, owned by Manitobans, Madam Speaker, not tripling the debt and putting that on the backs of ratepayers in Manitoba Hydro, Madam Speaker. We have a plan to ensure the sustainability of Manitoba Hydro, to ensure that we keep rates low for Manitobans. What is their plan? Oh, they don't have one, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we build the economy.
Yep.
On that side of the House, they make life more expensive, Madam Speaker. On this side of the House, we support workers who work with companies like Gerdau Steel, a large employer in the community of Selkirk, a large employer that is expressing their skepticism with this government's approach to increasing hydro rates at the cabinet table, Madam Speaker. They're asking for 5% increases year after year. They've now put it in Bill 36. I'll point out, Madam Speaker, they're asking for a variance at the PUB of 5% at the same time that they're bringing in a Bill 36 asking for 5%. We could be looking at these hundreds of dollar increases each year after year for years to come. Why do the PCs want to increase rates on that?
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly I will await to see that plan by the Leader of the Opposition on how he plans to build our economy, Madam Speaker, because we do know that in the past, raising taxes 16 of 17 years that they were in power, making life less affordable for Manitobans, making it difficult to grow the Manitoba economy here in Manitoba. They didn't take a year where they didn't make it more difficult through red tape and other things to make it more difficult for Manitoba businesses to expand and grow here in our economy here in Manitoba. Madam Speaker, we have a plan that will build and strengthen our economy here in Manitoba. They have a plan that will tear it down. Shame.
Order. I'm going to give everybody fair warning that I am unable to hear some of the questions and answers that are being asked because of the amount of heckling. I'm also going to point out that there was a comment in the one of the papers this weekend that indicated I should be throwing hecklers out of the House. And I am going to give some thought to some of that and to see where I need to take that. But it is increasingly difficult for me to do my job if this level of heckling does continue. And I'm giving fair warning to all. The Honourable Member for St. James.
Madam Speaker, even as we see 30-year high levels of inflation, this government continues to try to make life less affordable for Manitobans. They've introduced Bill 36, which allows the PCs to increase hydro rates by going around the Public Utilities Board. The PUB exists to ensure that hydro rates are set fairly rather than by political agenda. It's simple. Bill 36 will allow this government to jack up hydro rates on Manitobans yet again. This is wrong, Madam Speaker. Will the minister do the right thing and withdraw Bill 36 today?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm afraid again the allegations are not grounded in reality. Hopefully the member will take some time to do his homework, actually read Bill 36. I do want to take the member back in history. I know this might have been before his time, but under the NDP, they tripled the debt of Manitoba Hydro. Yep. Cost overruns alone to the tune of $3.8 billion, Madam Speaker. And do you know what that means for the average household in Manitoba, Madam Speaker? That means an extra debt loan just on cost overruns of $8,000 per household. Wow. That's the legacy of the NDP. Wow.
I hear members saying throw them out. Well, if that happens, then half this chamber would be empty. The Honourable Member for St. James on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, since taking office, this government has increased hydro rates again and again, costing Manitobans hundreds of dollars. And now, Bill 36 will increase them without oversight or accountability. Manitobans are already struggling with the cost of living. Increasing hydro rates will only make things worse. That's why we've decided to delay Bill 36. We want to give Manitobans more time to understand the implications of this bill and to let the government know what they think. Will this government listen to Manitobans and stop raising rates?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Well, this is interesting from the NDP, sort of a newfound interest in the Public Utilities Board. You know, when they were talking about capital projects, the NDP spent $1.2 billion before they even went to the Public Utilities Board, Madam Speaker. They've created a tripling of the debt in Manitoba Hydro. Almost $4 billion overexpended in 2 capital projects. Added the debt to the average household in Manitoba, $8,000, Madam Speaker. $8,000 per household. That's the legacy of the NDP. The ratepayers of Manitoba have to cover the legacy of the NDP. It was the wrong thing to do, but we have to fix it.
Here.
The Honourable Member for St. James on a final supplementary.
Not only does Bill 36 increase hydro rates, it would also move towards privatization by putting an end to Hydro's monopoly on the sale of electricity in Manitoba. That's the PC agenda, raising rates and pushing privatization. We know Manitobans don't support that. They know the value of Manitoba Hydro and affordable rates. On this side of the House, we want to keep rates low. Will the minister do the right thing, stop raising hydro rates, and withdraw Bill 36 today?
The Honourable Deputy Premier.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the NDP really wanted to keep hydro rates low, they should have thought of that 15 years ago. Madam Speaker, if the members opposite would read Bill 36, this is a path to stability for Manitoba Hydro. The bill protects ratepayers by setting a ceiling on annual rate increases. The bill also expands the role of the Public Utilities Board to oversee and advise on rate setting and infrastructure programs, something that the NDP chose to ignore.
Order.
Additionally, this bill establishes reasonable debt equity targets over time. We're giving more responsibility to the Public Utilities Board, and at the same time, we're protecting Manitoba ratepayers.
The honourable member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, this weekend's extreme weather has added to the near record-breaking levels of snowfall and rain that we've seen this year, resulting in flooding and has impacted so many Manitobans. Flooding has resulted in widespread damages to people's property, and many are now left wondering what to do as damages can be significant. The government has a role to be proactive in collaborating with impacted municipalities and communities and with property owners. With the crest and more precipitation on the way, will the government be proactively working to offer these supports?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the questions. Our department, when it comes to our EMO, are actually all on a regular basis, especially during this past spring. They had communications with all municipalities in the province of Manitoba, including cities and towns, City of Brandon, Thompson, and even First Nation communities. They have communications with all of them, and they're always working together to make sure that everyone has a plan and they follow that plan when it's required. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Concordia on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, we want to thank all those municipal employees, provincial employees who worked through the weekend to ensure that folks were safe. But we know that affected Manitobans are now wondering whether financial supports will be available to them and to at-risk Manitobans who want to know that measures are being taken to prevent flooding now. Communication is so important during times like this, but the situation on the ground is changing rapidly, and so it's important that the forecast right now still calls for more precipitation, I should say, that we communicate well. That's why we ask this government to be proactive in offering those supports. Will the minister comment on the specific proactive supports that he is putting in place to support Manitobans now?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the questions. You know, our department is proactive when it comes to communications with RMs, municipalities, and again, every community around in the province of Manitoba. They will definitely work together with people who have actually had flooded situations in their basements. What we do in our department is look at an assessment of what really happens and then find out what the actual cost is. We're looking at municipalities giving state of local emergency that we have reported in my ministerial statement. And we want to make sure that all the communication is going to be flowing both to municipalities and to the, any kind of EMO when it comes to DFA program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Concordia on a final supplementary.
The prospect of spring flooding has been on the minds of Manitobans now for months, and these next few weeks will be crucial. Many Winnipeggers experienced flooding in their homes over the weekend. Many more people saw flooded streets in communities like Transcona, East St. Paul, West St. Paul, and overland flooding has extended throughout all of southern Manitoba. During times of crisis, Manitobans need to know that the government is there to support them and to support them with financial supports. Again, what steps will the minister be taking to support financially the impacted Manitobans in their time of need?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. Yeah, when it comes to the locations in the City of Winnipeg, it's the City of Winnipeg that's responsible for a lot of those situations. We're actually, with the province of Manitoba, we work with all our municipalities to make sure that anything that we can assist our cities, our communications, our RMs and First Nation communities, we're there for them. And the thing is, when it comes to DFA programs, once the assessment is done and we finally get through this wicked spring that we've had, it's been a challenge for everyone. And I want to thank all our staff for all the hard work they have done. They should be commended for the work they had when it came to the snow removal, to the flood situation. I commend them, and I'm very proud of being part of this department.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Madam Speaker, people are waiting longer and longer for an ambulance in Manitoba. Last week, our team raised serious concerns with the bad EMS situation here in Winnipeg. In January this year, for 28 hours, there were no EMS units available in Winnipeg. The situation in rural Manitoba is just as bad. Through Freedom of Information, which I tabled, ambulances were out of service due to staff shortages for over 19,000 hours in December of 2021. Far too often in rural Manitoba, an ambulance is not there when people need it. Why has this government done nothing to make sure ambulances are there when Manitobans need it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Union Station for the question. The member is very inaccurate in terms of the information they are putting on the record today. Manitobans need to know that our government has invested $812 million to create 38 projects and initiatives to streamline care all across our province, Madam Speaker. Budget 2022 will aid in hiring 35 more paramedics across our province, Madam Speaker. And perhaps the member missed my announcement out in Crystal City in Portage-La Prairie, where we announced new garages for paramedics that will improve the care that Manitobans receive.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, when you call an ambulance, it's because you're experiencing an emergency. And in rural Manitoba, people don't have access to the health care they need close to home. Over the last 4 years, response times in rural Manitoba have gone up, an increase in wait times as high as 35%. It should only take 15 minutes for an ambulance to come in rural areas. That is actually by the government's own standards. In communities like Ashern, Riverton, and St. Laurent, some patients have to wait 3 times longer or even more, Madam Speaker. Why has the Premier done nothing to make sure ambulances are there for people who need it in Ashern and Riverton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm so pleased to see this newfound interest in rural Manitoba from a government, previous government that closed 20 emergency departments. I guess at that time they were experiencing perimeteritis, and what happened outside of the boundaries of Winnipeg did not matter. But Madam Speaker, for our government, all of Manitoba matters. That is why we're investing $7.2 billion total for healthcare budget in 2022. This afternoon, members opposite will be able to show Manitobans whether they care about all of rural Manitoba and all of this province by voting for our budget.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, PC cuts to rural ambulance and healthcare are making things worse. It takes 25% longer for an ambulance to come to Russell today than it did in 2018. In Dauphin, it's nearly 50% longer to get an ambulance to come than it did in 2018. Those numbers are for the most serious medical emergencies, Madam Speaker. The Premier was the Minister of Health. The Premier was the Minister of Health when those numbers increased, Madam Speaker. And there's no plan from this Premier or her government to address the concerns that rural Manitobans have. Why has this government done nothing to make sure ambulances are there for people in Russell and Dauphin when they need it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Union Station is new to the NDP government and their tactics, and so they are not aware of their previous strategies to make life not just less affordable for Manitobans, but poor health care. Madam Speaker, I can remember when individuals didn't bother to even call for an ambulance because they couldn't afford to pay for it. It was our government that reduced the ambulance fees by 50%, Madam Speaker. We've added more paramedics, we've purchased new ambulances, and in this budget, $7.2 billion is an option members opposite will be able to vote for or against this afternoon.
The honourable member for Point Douglas.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. Manitobans are facing mental health challenges like never before. The pandemic disrupted much of people's regular lives. The Virgo Review called for much more significant investment in mental health within 3 years. That time has come and gone, and the funding to address the needs has not been put in place. Why is this government not doing much more to address mental health, especially when there's a greater need here in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Community Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question coming from the member opposite. However, she is mistaken in some of the words that she's putting on the record right now. We have invested over $58 million since the Virgo report had been released. We have invested $23.1 in ongoing services for this year alone in this budget. We also have added an additional $17.1 million. I would ask the member opposite, how much more does the member think is necessary this year, and what is the member's plan?
The honourable member for Point Douglas on a supplementary question.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. Quit leaving mental health money on the table. That's what this government should be doing. Through a FIPA that we got Manitoba's financial statement for funding received from Ottawa for mental health, and I'll table it, this year, or in fiscal year 2019-20, $1.9 million promised for mental health went unspent. In 2021, $1.8 million was left unspent. In short, the PC government is leaving money on the table that should be used to address urgent mental health challenges in Manitoba. Why has millions of dollars been left unspent to address mental health, especially when Manitobans are suffering more than ever?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Community Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I appreciate the questions coming from the member opposite. It allows me to really focus on the investments that our government is making in mental health. And although the member is speaking about pre-pandemic numbers and services, I'd like to speak about how we are addressing the needs of Manitobans as we are coming out of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, we've invested $2.8 million for a sobering centre in Thompson in the north. It is an effective alternative to police and hospital-based responses to public intoxication. We have descheduled naloxone, so now it can be distributed by retailers and bought without prescription. Madam Speaker, I have further details to add from this list.
Can't wait, Madam.
The honourable member for Point Douglas on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government is not taking steps to address mental health problems brought on by the pandemic. The Auditor General found this government has not taken appropriate action to address mental health needs in our schools. Funding called for by the Virgo Review has not happened. In fact, millions of federal dollars are being left unspent by this government and this minister. Why is the minister not properly addressing Manitoba health challenges, especially in our schools?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Community Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do believe that the member opposite is a little bit confused. Over the past 2 years, there has been something we've all been dealing with. It's called a pandemic. And Madam Speaker, that disrupted in-school learning. There's a lot of disruption that has happened throughout the province. Madam Speaker, we are prepared to assist students and all Manitobans as we come out of this pandemic together. Their mental health needs, their health care needs, their education needs.
Order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've now had 2 Colorado lows with massive snowfalls in the Riding Mountain area where people are without power, significant overland flooding across southern Manitoba, and another Colorado low projected for the end of this week. People are already sandbagging. Now, we had a record snowfall this winter, so there should have been considerable flood preparations in place. But in 2020, after a 1,000-year downpour washed away roads and bridges in Westman, it took a month to declare a state of emergency, and residents there are still waiting for the compensation. If this situation turns, is this province ready to declare a state of emergency and prepared to call in the federal government for assistance?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. When it comes to our DFA, this is all going to be done based on the amount of claims that each individual person will have in an area. Each of the municipalities, towns, they will declare their local state of emergency. Once we get an assessment, that's when we work with the federal government on a DFA program. And that's what we'll be waiting for until we do the assessment with all the stuff that's coming our way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's clear that municipalities are going to face massive extra costs from this flood, and it's equally clear they're being shortchanged by this government. For the 7th year straight, this PC government has frozen funding to municipalities even while they face unprecedented pandemic costs. As this article I table shows, there used to be a program to help subsidize the cost of protecting basements from flooding through municipalities that was cancelled due to funding cuts by this PC government. Will this government follow the funding freeze and flow funding to municipalities to cover the cost of dealing with this flood, including restoring the basement flooding protection program?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the member knows, we continue to flow $283 million towards municipalities this year. And part of that funding alone is $230 million towards municipal capital investments, $42 million for water services projects, and $3.1 million for municipal enforcement support program. And there are millions of dollars more in other great projects as well, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Madam Speaker, I want to table some information demonstrating the positive changes that the Saskatchewan nominee program recently made that connects applicants with jobs in demand. Now, Manitoba's provincial nominee program has played a critical role in our social and economic development, and it is clear that it's time to have a thorough review of the program. The program needs to be modernized to better fit today's needs, whether it be through healthcare workers, international students, or workers in general. Will this minister commit to attend an open forum that I will host around his availability to hear out ideas from Manitobans who are familiar with the program?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud of the flagship program called the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program that other provinces have emulated. It is my duty and my job to ensure that we enhance and improve this program, Madam Speaker. Since our government was elected in 2016, we have committed to addressing the well-being of all Manitobans, including newcomers and immigrants. Immigration is a key part of our government's whole plan for economic recovery to address labor and skill shortages and to attract and recruit international talent and newcomers to Manitoba. While COVID-19 has impacted the arrivals of newcomers to our province, I want to remind all members that in 2021, we had the highest number of MPNP nominations at just under 6,300 during the pandemic. We are proud of that record, and we'll continue to improve and enhance that program that we created back in 1998, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage la Prairie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Friday, it was inspiring to see the Premier and the Prime Minister join Southern Chiefs Organization leadership for a historic announcement regarding the future of the Bay Building. A major component of this proposed project will be on housing. Can the Minister of Families explain how her department has contributed to this goal?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from Portage for that excellent question. What was once called the largest reinforced concrete building in Canada now serves as a concrete example of what Grand Chief Jerry Daniels calls the standard of what reconciliation in this country looks like. On Friday, our government and our Premier was very proud to be supporting this exciting initiative, which includes for a mix of residential units, including affordable housing units and units dedicated for seniors. our government committed $10 million towards this initiative for upwards of 200 of the 300 planned affordable housing units. This funding is in addition to the $25 million our government had already set aside for the renovation of the building, making it a grand total of $35 million.
Member's time has expired. The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 5 times in the last month, I brought before this House concerns with northern Manitobans regarding deplorable state of health care. There are facilities with more agency staff than normal staff now. Thompson ER has half of its regular nurses missing. The same hospital is forcing patients to use a thing called shower in a bag because this government won't fix the hot water. Why won't the minister address these problems now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for raising this issue again in the House. The member quite obviously is not in touch with anyone who works in the Thompson General Hospital or any of the maintenance staff. He fabricates and puts inaccurate information on the record. The parts have arrived, Madam Speaker. My understanding is that by this week, all the repairs to the hot water system in that hospital will be addressed. Perhaps the member isn't aware that we had a 2-year pandemic where supply chains were interrupted. It is not just in hot water, but even here in the Legislative Building, one of our elevators have been down for several months now waiting for parts.
The member's time has expired. The honourable member for Flin Flon on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, comparing an elevator not functioning in this building when there are 3 others that are is shameful for this Minister of Health to compare that to not having hot water in a hospital. Workers in that hospital are forced to carry 5-gallon jugs of hot water to patient areas so that patients can have at least a warm sponge bath. This minister doesn't even know when it's going to be fixed. She won't answer if the parts have been ordered. She won't answer any questions. She just refuses to pay attention to people in the north. She should be ashamed of herself. When will the hot water be turned on in Thompson?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite should be completely and utterly ashamed that he continues to come into this chamber and discredit the work of the leadership at the Thompson General Hospital, the Northern Regional Health Authority. He has no communication whatsoever with the leadership there. If he did, he would know the parts have arrived and the issue will be resolved this week. But instead, the member comes in to this House and fearmongers and discredits the work of people on the floor trying to resolve this issue, Madam Speaker. I thank them for all their efforts.
Hear, hear. The time for oral questions has expired. Petitions. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to present the following petition to the Legislative Assembly. The background to this petition is as follows. Number 1, healthcare is a basic human right and a fundamental part of responsible public health. Many people in Manitoba are not covered by provincial healthcare. Migrant workers with work permits of less than 1 year, international students, and those undocumented residents who have lost their status for a variety of reasons. Number 2, racialized people and communities are disproportionately affected by the pandemic, mainly due to the social and economic conditions which leave them vulnerable while performing essential work in a variety of industries in Manitoba. Number 3, without adequate healthcare coverage, if they are ill, many of the uninsured will avoid seeking healthcare due to fear of being charged for their care. and some will fear possible detention and deportation if their immigration status is reported to the authorities. Number 4, according to the United Nations Human Rights Committee, denying essential health care to undocumented irregular migrants is a violation of their rights. Number 5, jurisdictions across Canada and the world have adopted access without fear policies to prevent sharing personal health information or immigration statuses with immigration authorities and to give uninsured residents the confidence to access health care. Number 6, the pandemic has clearly identified the need for everyone in Manitoba to have access to health care to protect the health and safety of all who live in the province. We petition the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba as follows. Number 1, to urge the provincial government to immediately provide comprehensive and free health care coverage to all residents of Manitoba, regardless of their immigration status, including refugee claimants, migrant workers, international students, dependent children of temporary residents, and undocumented residents. Number 2, to urge the Minister of Health and Seniors to undertake a multilingual communication campaign to provide information on expanded coverage to all affected residents. Number 3, to urge the Minister of Health and Seniors to inform all healthcare institutions and providers of expanded coverage for those without health insurance and the details of how necessary policy and protocol changes will be implemented. Number 4, to urge the Minister of Health and Seniors to create and enforce strict confidentiality policies and provide staff with training to protect the safety of residents with precarious immigration statuses and ensure they can access health care without jeopardizing their ability to remain in Canada. This petition has been signed by many Manitobans. Thank you.
In accordance with our Rule 132(6), when petitions are read, they are deemed to be received by the House. Are there any further petitions? If not, orders of the day. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. On House business, I would like to table a list of the 5 bills designated by the official opposition for this 4th session of the 42nd Legislature. Our designated bills for this session are Bill 22, the Environment Amendment Act, Pesticide Restrictions, Bill 36, the Manitoba Hydro Amendment and Public Utilities Board Amendment Act, Bill 13, Social Services Appeal Board Amendment Act, Bill 14, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment, Highway Traffic Amendment, and Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act, and Bill 24, the Real Property Valuation Board and related amendment acts.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm announcing that the following bills will be considered by the government as specified for the 4th session of the 42nd Legislature. Bills number 2, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34.
It has been announced that the following bills will be considered by the government as specified for this 4th session of the 42nd Legislature. Bills 2, 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 23, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in terms of orders of the rest of the day and how to order the days, in consultation with the opposition House Leader and the member for River Heights, I have a number of leave requests, series of leave requests regarding the completion of second readings of specified bills this session. Could you please canvass the House for leave to allow the following provisions to govern debate today and tomorrow? 1, on April 25th, 2022, immediately following the conclusion of the votes on the budget motion and amendments, the House will consider second readings for specified bills and the hour of adjournment will be midnight. 2, on April 26, 2022, starting at the beginning of orders of the day government business, the House will consider second readings of specified bills and the House will not rise until the questions have been put on all specified bills. 3, despite sub-rule 2 bracket 11 on April 25th and 26th, 2022, the provisions outlined for debate on specified bills
in Rule 2, Bracket 10 will apply with the following exceptions. A, the government House Leader will have the ability to call the orders of bills for debate. B, after each debate concludes, the Speaker shall put the question. And C, matters of privilege and points of order will be deferred until all questions have been put. 4, at midnight on April 26, 2022, for any remaining specified bills, the ministers shall move the second reading motions, and the Speaker shall put the questions immediately without debate. The division bell shall ring for no more than 1 minute on each question, and the House shall rise following the consideration of the last motion.
Is there leave to allow the following provisions to govern debate today and tomorrow? 1, on April 25th, 2022, immediately following the conclusion of the votes on the budget motion and amendments, the House will consider second readings for specified bills, and the hour of adjournment will be midnight. On April 26, 2022, starting at the beginning of orders of the day, government business, the House will consider second readings of specified bills, and the House will not rise until the questions have been put on all specified bills. 3, despite Sub-Rule 2, Bracket 11, on April 25th and 26, 2022, the provisions outlined for debate on specified bills in Rule 2, Bracket 10 will apply with the following exceptions. A, the government House Leader will have the ability to call the order of bills for debate. B, after each debate concludes, the Speaker shall put the question. And C, matters of privilege and points of order will be deferred until all questions have been put. And 4, at midnight on April 26, 2022, for any remaining specified bills, the ministers shall move the second reading motions, and the Speaker shall put the questions immediately without debate. The division bell shall ring for no more than 1 minute on each question, and the House shall rise following the consideration of the last motion. Is there leave? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, could you please resume debate on the budget?
Resuming debate on the proposed motion of the Minister of Finance and the amendment and sub-amendment thereto, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Burrows, who has 1 minute remaining. The Honourable Member for Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be really brief. Thanks the opportunity to allow me conclude my remarks in continuation from Friday. Simply, I want to say that this budget does not meet the expectations, and Manitobans deserve a lot better than what's offered in this budget. So myself and my friends on this side of the House would be voting against this budget. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wolseley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Manitobans were looking for hope in this budget. Hope for health care, hope for an economic recovery, hope for the environment, and hope for a better future for their kids. But Premier Stephenson failed them. I said at the time of the throne speech that my measure of a leader is their ability and commitment to bring a gendered lens, an anti-oppression lens, to leadership. This Premier said she would be different from Brian Pallister, but nothing has changed. I had hoped that Premier Stephenson would signal a new era for the PC government, one in which the needs of women and non-binary people were a priority, one in which the needs of LGBTQ2S people and Indigenous, Black, and other racialized people were a priority. I was hoping that this Premier could deliver a budget that showed us she cared about the needs and problems of regular Manitobans and would address pandemic recovery through the lens of nurses, healthcare aides, patients, education assistants, early childhood educators, teachers, and students. I was hoping that she could deliver a budget that would make a genuine difference for folks who are unhoused, underhoused, or suffering from addictions or mental health issues or awaiting surgery. I was also really hoping the Premier could deliver a budget that made a clear commitment to addressing climate change. But Budget 2022 has only shown us that the priorities of this Premier and this government are to reward the wealthy and do little for the rest of Manitobans. I represent a diverse community. Some Wolseley families own their own homes. Some even own a cottage, and were mostly doing okay a few years ago. But many of these folks are pretty stressed these days with the cost of living, hydro bills going up, no childcare spaces available, and now Budget 2022 makes it more expensive for their children to get a college or university education. Many families are stressed because they're waiting for health care or mental health services and have been for years. They may need a hip replacement or knee replacement, or their child may need an assessment for an eating disorder or addiction. They may have a parent who needs long-term care, perhaps stuck in a hospital far from home because of this government's cuts to health care. There are now less personal care homes in Manitoba than there were when the PCs took office. Not one new personal care home bed is announced in the budget. Instead, the budget for health infrastructure, including for personal care homes, is frozen for the next 3 years. There are many other families in my community who don't own their own home. Thousands of renters, many of whom have experienced above guideline rent increases, and some who live in Manitoba housing struggling with safety and security issues or cockroach infestations. There is no commitment in this budget to care for the most vulnerable people in our communities, and that is shameful, Madam Speaker. For folks who are low income but going to work every day, sometimes working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, they are so discouraged by the lack of commitment from this government to a fair living wage. Overall, this government is still finding ways to make things less affordable for Manitobans. They've frozen funding for city services so families will pay more and go with less. They've raised hydro rates at the cabinet table, and they've done nothing in this budget to address the rising cost of groceries and transportation. So many families in Wolseley and across Manitoba are distressed by the Stephenson government's continuing Pallister's plan to slash funding for public schools. There's no plan and no investment to help our kids recover from the pandemic. What the education property tax cuts really means is more crowded classrooms, fewer teachers and EAs, and less resources for kids this year and next. The loss of schools' ability to be able to charge a property levy meant the loss of a subsidized milk program for hungry kids at Winnipeg School Division. Every time we ask the government to fund menstrual supplies in schools, they like to push this responsibility off to school divisions while cutting school divisions off at the knees, but no longer allowing them to raise funds for essential services like milk, let alone menstrual supplies, through property taxes. The PC government is also not doing what is needed to address the addictions crisis or address mental health wait lists. 407 people died of a drug overdose in 2021. Since the pandemic, opiate overdoses have doubled and reached a record high. Barriers to supports and services have only increased during the pandemic for people who need help with substance abuse and mental health concerns. Instead of offering service and action on the Virgo report, the province hired yet another consultant to do another review. The minister announced that Manitoba is entering the consulting phase for a 5-year mental health action plan. But Manitobans deserve help now, not in 5 years after lengthy reviews and cost-cutting plans. Another thing that makes life harder for Manitobans is having the second worst minimum wage in the country. Budget 2022 maintains the PC commitment to do the least possible for workers. Manitoba low-wage earners make only 5 cents more than they did a year ago. They're 17 cents away from being the worst paid in the country. No one should be forced to live in poverty, especially not while working full-time. And one of the best ways to lift people out of poverty is to make the minimum wage a living wage. According to Statistics Canada, 38,600 Manitobans work for minimum wage, and 55% are over age 20. The majority of the people working minimum wage jobs are women with children, and many of them are working multiple jobs to make ends meet. They are also the ones who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. The pandemic has revealed to us the importance and value of frontline employees, and also has revealed that many of them are not making a living wage. Manitoban workers don't want a one-time bonus for risking their lives during a pandemic. They want a living wage, paid sick leave, and stronger worker protections. In addition to the PC's offensive minimum wage increase, they also refused to implement permanent paid sick leave for all Manitoban workers. The pandemic sick leave program has proven to be woefully inadequate in meeting the needs of Manitoban workers. The PCs continue to reject the need for a living wage for working people and refuse to address the challenges experienced by women, BIPOC, and other marginalized groups to fully participate in a pandemic recovery. Manitoba's Auditor General just told us last week that the provincial government has not lived up to its commitments to advance reconciliation with Indigenous people. And reconciliation would demand investments in housing, mental health, healthcare, and education to help repair the damage of the past, but also to ensure good health, good opportunities, and well-being for Indigenous people going forward. I know a lot of my colleagues have already discussed the healthcare cuts, so I'll keep my remarks brief on that, only because I'm eager to outline all the problems with the lack of investment in the environment. But I want to briefly reiterate that this budget has no plan to fix the damage the government has caused to healthcare. And I will reiterate that 170,000 Manitobans are waiting in pain with a reduced quality of life for surgeries. There's so much more to respond to when it comes to the day-to-day needs of Manitobans for healthcare, housing, and affordability. But I need to highlight my concerns with this government's inaction on climate change and stewardship of our parks. In 6 years in office, this government has shown time and time again a profound lack of commitment to addressing climate change. Earlier this month, the IPCC released the third part of its sixth assessment report, looking at ways to limit and prevent human-caused emissions that contribute to global warming. The co-chair of the IPCC working group made a clear statement: it is now or never. And this budget shows us that the Stephenson government is choosing to continue inaction in the face of a terrible climate crisis that will eventually impact all Manitobans. So far, the Pallister and Stephenson governments have spent millions of dollars fighting the federal carbon levy in court. Recently, the Premier sent a letter asking the federal government to excuse Manitoba from doing its part. Budget 2022 reveals that millions were left unspent in Efficiency Manitoba last year, and this is money that should have been spent to help Manitobans transition to cleaner choices. As Deputy Premier, the Premier sat silent when environmental organizations had their funding cut and there were no new initiatives provided by her government. Not only was funding cut for nonprofits, but the Conservation and Climate Department had 58 fewer full-time positions than they did 6 years ago. Parks and Resource Protection had 22 fewer full-time positions in that same time frame, and there remain many vacancies, and this budget appears to maintain the status quo. Year after year, this government is cutting positions, leaving fewer and fewer people whose role it is to protect our environment. Budget 2022 reveals that the PCs left millions of dollars unspent to help Manitobans switch to cleaner energy and appliances. Efficiency Manitoba has missed their own legislated targets of electricity and natural gas consumption in their first year. They only reached 69% and 60% of their respective targets in 2020 and 2021. Madam Speaker, Friday was Earth Day, and despite the lingering snow piles, many Manitobans are thinking about parks. They want to get outside, now more than ever. Yet here we are with a government that has doubled the cost of park passes so they can continue to send hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to a Texas company. They've failed to fix the technical failings of the booking system for campers and yurt reservations. Madam Speaker, provincial parks are protected wilderness areas set aside by and for the people of Manitoba. They provide space for wildlife to roam, feed, and raise their young away from the threat of human development, and for people to spend time with family and friends, learn about nature, and enjoy healthy outdoor activities. Parks moderate our climate by storing carbon in their soils and forests. For some Indigenous people, parks offer a way to maintain and share cultural traditions. Manitobans can enjoy many provincial parks, but they only account for approximately 11% of the province's territory. However, we need to do more and go further for protection of land and waterways. There's a global movement to protect 30% of the world's land mass and water by 2030, and our federal government has made this commitment. But in 6 years, this government has made almost no movement in protecting more of Manitoba. Budget 2022 Manitobans could even lose access to nature under a proposal to run provincial parks like a business and to shed unprofitable assets. Privatization of park services has already begun. Campsites are 3 times higher at St. Ambrosie Provincial Park after a private company was awarded a 21-year contract to manage what used to be a public service. A private company was awarded a contract to build cabins in Turtle Mountain Provincial Park in violation of the park's own management plan. The provincial government is looking to potentially decommission provincial parks while also seeking greater financial sustainability for the parks that remain, according to their own internal documents. And the government is also considering expanding user fees as part of a new trail strategy. Madam Speaker, we need more investments in parks, not less. We need these to be recognized as what they are, a sacred provincial treasure that is worth protecting. Manitobans want us to protect these diverse landscapes, from the rare grasslands to the boreal forests, and from the rich wetlands to pristine Arctic tundra, as well as our freshwater lakes and marine coastland. We need to protect our complex community of plants and animals and ensure a network of protected, conserved areas that contain biological diversity and unique features. We also have a responsibility as part of our province's reconciliation journey to ensure that Indigenous people can continue traditional practices such as trapping, hunting, fishing, and medicinal plant collection. And we need our government to remember that protected and conserved areas are natural solutions to climate change and can help protect communities during extreme weather events like our current flooding situation and last summer's wildfires. This budget fails Manitobans on so many levels. It doesn't go far enough for the climate, for the environment, and certainly it leaves our healthcare system in crisis. For those reasons and many more, I will have to vote against this budget this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to put a few words on the record in regards to this budget. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that my colleagues have done a fantastic job. My colleagues on this side of the House have done a fantastic job speaking to this budget and articulating very clearly why we can't support this budget. So I'm not going to take up too much time, but I do want to make sure that I highlight a few areas of my own concerns, certainly as it pertains to the constituents I represent in Union Station. But certainly, you know, what I'm about to talk about is relevant across the board to all Manitobans. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this budget was really important. This budget is really important. We have all, alongside our fellow neighbors and Manitobans across the province, we have all been going through this pandemic. It has been over 2 years of some of the most challenging times that our province has had to face. It has certainly been the healthcare crisis of our generation. And globally, we've all seen the impacts that COVID-19, this novel virus, has had on communities. The inequities that we knew existed pre-pandemic have been exacerbated during this pandemic. And this budget was a great opportunity, an opportunity that not everybody has in their experience as a legislator. This budget was an opportunity to inspire hope across our province, to instill confidence in Manitobans that this government, throughout this pandemic, as everybody has been struggling day after day to get through this, that this government has been paying close attention to the needs of Manitobans and was ready to bring forward a budget that would address those needs. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the sad fact is that this government missed an important, a golden opportunity to show Manitobans that this is a government that has their back. And where we saw the Premier in the media for all Manitobans to see, tell Manitobans that they had to look after themselves, that they were on their own, that she was not the kind of leader that would show up and stand up for Manitobans. This Premier had a chance. She had an opportunity to turn that narrative around and actually show, by way of her first budget, that she is the premier that cares about Manitobans. And unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this budget does is solidifies for Manitobans that in fact their premier is not there for them. And that is reflected in the absolutely abysmal lack of planning, strategy, meaningful investment, acknowledgement of the realities that Manitobans are facing in this budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am annoyed when members opposite talk about us not having a plan. We do have great plans. We've got great ideas. We bring them forward every day on behalf of Manitobans. I think it's interesting, though, that this government's strategy of recent is to project their own failings onto members on this side of the House. This is a government that doesn't have a plan for Manitobans in recovering from this pandemic. This is a government that doesn't have a plan to address some of the most important areas that we need to see a clear strategy around. This is a government whose budget reflects the fact that they don't have a plan for Manitobans that works for Manitobans. And the residents of this province see that. They know that. I hear that from constituents every single day. It's plain to see. So when we're talking about lack of a plan, I'm talking about things as concrete as, addressing the recovery. This is a government that, for some reason, has just neglected, just closed their eyes to entirely the core of our city, Union Station, other constituencies like Notre Dame that are impacted, aspects of St. James, Point Douglas, core communities that are not recovering from this pandemic the way other communities are. This government was keen, eager to make sure that their candidate for Fort White got $500,000 for his business. They were quick to cut him, make sure he got cut a check for $500,000. Take a walk in the constituency of Union Station and go talk to the businesses, the small business owners who have fought day in and day out to keep their doors open, to keep their staff paid, to remain an active part of our communities as small businesses, and ask each and every one of those business owners if they would have benefited from a fraction of what one single company run by the member for Fort White received in support. It is absolutely shameful that these small business owners saw nothing by the way of that kind of financial support and are doing so much for our communities, especially in Union Station. And I encourage members opposite, I encourage the member for Fort White, go talk to these small business owners, hear from them directly how this government has failed them throughout this pandemic and is failing them in this budget. Small businesses need support, consistent support, meaningful support. They need to be heard by this government. That's not reflected in this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Take a walk in the community of Union Station. See what's going on in terms of the challenges for those folks who are unsheltered, the housing crisis that we see. Take a look at what's going on in terms of the Manitoba housing buildings in our constituency. We've lost hundreds of units of housing in Union Station because this government was quick to sell those units to private corporation. And now we've got a housing crisis across Manitoba, but certainly you can see it right in the core of the city, where folks do not have access to affordable housing whatsoever. There's no plan, there's no strategy outlined by this government to address that. When we talk about things like housing, when we talk about things like small businesses and income, and I could talk about living wage. My colleagues have all, I think for the most part, talked about the fact that this government has absolutely forced people into poverty by doing nothing to address the living wage, not providing a living wage, providing embarrassing, you can't even call them really increments to minimum wage. It's beyond shameful. And the impacts of that are significant. People working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know folks living in Union Station who are going to school, who are working multiple part-time jobs, trying to make ends meet, providing for their families on poverty wages. And this government is doing nothing to address that while raising their cost of living, be it by hydro, and taking no meaningful steps to address affordability. I talked to a senior, I talk to her fairly regularly. Her name is Jean, and she lives in the constituency, and I spoke with her maybe last week, and Jean asked me to bring up in this House the fact that this government shuttered urgent care at Misericordia and the impacts that was having on Jean and many other seniors. Jean is 91 years old. She's very active, but when Jean has health issues arise, she has to take a $27 cab ride to often the Grace. She can't go to Misericordia like she used to be able to and pay a $6 cab ride it was for her to get her health needs met. Jean represents, she's just one of thousands of Manitobans, one of thousands who were affected by this government's cuts to healthcare, their closures of emergency rooms, urgent care, their refusal to invest meaningfully in healthcare. And yet again, we see that lack of understanding of the impacts, the lived impacts their cuts have had in this budget. This budget, the healthcare funding that they all tout, seemingly not understanding basic math, that the funding to healthcare was well below the rate of inflation. It's a healthcare cut, not realizing that the healthcare crisis we're in right now is in no way going to get better based on their pattern of lack of investment in our healthcare system and mistreating the healthcare workers who work within it. I remember, like way back, 2016, 2017, I remember under Brian Pallister, the disrespect from this government. I was working as a frontline nurse at the time. We used to, when we, had a moment, we used to just kind of shake our heads and ask one another, what is going on? How out of touch can this guy be and this government be to be treating healthcare workers this way, treating us this way, and thinking the outcomes are going to be good? Fast forward years later, new premier. I think they've had 17 different ministers of health. No change. If you can believe it. I actually hear from people in the community that they didn't think it was possible, but they actually are questioning whether or not this premier is worse than Brian Pallister. The point of that is just to say that this government, this premier, missed an important opportunity to right the wrongs over the past several years and improve the relationships with healthcare workers. They just have refused to do so. They continue to refuse to provide a fair contract for thousands of healthcare support staff. They refuse to provide a fair contract for thousands of allied healthcare professionals. They refuse to listen to those frontline experts, hear their concerns, and take action. There are experts, doctors telling us that perhaps this government is just kind of frozen, unsure what to do, because they have made such a mess of things, they don't know how to proceed. This is a government that looks over this way and actually says to people on this side of the House, they've even said it to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we'll take no lessons. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that takes no lessons from anybody. This is a government that listens to no one. It is unbelievable the lack of willingness this government has put on display since 2016 to listen to anyone who actually puts people in Manitoba first. If your priority, it's become plain as day, if your priority is Manitobans having the best outcomes possible, communities of all demographics, no matter where you live, thriving, your kids having great outcomes, seniors having the ability to live in their communities for as long as possible, have access to recreation, healthcare workers being happy to go to work because they're not going to be mandated to stay for a double or triple shift. If you are someone who puts people first, this government doesn't want to listen to you. They don't want to hear from you. That is one of the greatest shames that this government will have to carry. Not past 2023, not in government anyway. They'll carry it with them for whatever it is they choose to do after that. But this premier will carry that shame with her. It started under Brian Pallister. She championed that approach. and she's carried it forward, unfortunately. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could talk a long time about how they have damaged healthcare and how this budget fails to address any of the concerns. The growing surgical and diagnostic backlog. No idea. They have no idea how that's going to be addressed. Nothing in the budget reflects that they understand how serious it is. They spent $21 million of the $50 million they've announced 70 times on just regular routine primary care visits. They've announced $110,000 to address a surgical backlog that they can't produce a plan for, that they've said they're going to provide regular updates for, and they don't. They said they'd be transparent to Manitobans, and they're not. There's no end date or targets set for any aspect of the backlog whatsoever. Manitobans continue to wait in pain, or they say, you know what, get in your car if you have a vehicle, make sure you have a passport, or if you don't, get one, and drive yourself to the United States of America and get health care over there. As if that's a reasonable thing for Manitobans to expect from their government. Never mind they're sending hundreds of Manitobans, hundreds of kilometers away from their homes to get health care, 70 of which are still stranded in hospitals and facilities away from home. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this budget fails. That's what it does. This budget fails Manitobans across the board. There is no plan to make sure that our economy moves forward without leaving people behind. There is no strategy to close the growing gap of inequity for pay for folks who are really struggling. Thousands of Manitobans, more now than ever, are struggling with affordability. This budget does nothing to address that. There's no meaningful action taken to address the climate emergency. We know this government gets a failing grade on reconciliation. This budget, to be blunt, is completely out of touch with the realities that Manitobans are facing. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is because this government is completely out of touch with the realities that Manitobans are facing. And what's worse is they have no motivation. I don't know if it's because they're tired. I don't know if it's because they see the writing on the wall and they're actually secretly hoping for 2023 to just hurry up and get here. I don't know. But this is a government that has no interest on working on behalf of Manitobans. And so this is a government that can absolutely not get the support on this side of the House, because on this side of the House, we represent Manitobans. We put people first, and the people have made clear that this budget is inadequate, woefully. Thank you.
The honourable member for the Pas-Kamisak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to put some words on record in how concerning this budget is to me as a Northerner, as somebody who's living in the Pas, as somebody who has been living in a community of have-nots. First of all, what's really concerning is, imagine yourself living in the Pas, living in the Moose Lake, trying to access health care. I've always been a fan of telehealth, but that only is strong when there's actual internet connection. And with the pandemic that went by within my communities, it became even more important and more highlighted that the fact that our communities in northern Manitoba need internet connection when it comes to health and education. And within northern Manitoba, we have facilities that have shut down. We're having problems retaining and recruiting nurses and doctors. We have a problem with agency nurses as well. There was a few concerns at the personal care home in the Pas, St. Paul's, about agency nurses coming in and out, especially during the pandemic. So when it comes to dealing with have-nots with healthcare, for example, a lot of our people have to travel to Winnipeg to access healthcare. And at one time, we had this really good idea to have the Pas Clinic that was supposed to have been built in 2016. Everything was done. The shovels were ready to hit the ground until this government came into play and thought it was not important. It wasn't an emergency to have this site built. And I did talk to the former Minister of Health when it came to estimates in regards to the Northern Patient Transportation Program. Even though the current health minister has contributed money to this Northern Patient Transportation Program, it still is a very, very bad program. So with the site that would have been built, an investment in the PA, if that site would have been built, it would have housed specialists that could have came to us rather than sending hundreds and hundreds of patients from northern Manitoba to access health care here. So imagine if that investment was made, the former Minister of Health did admit during estimates that the budget for MPTP program would have eventually met halfway. And another example, personal example, northern Manitoba, we have many, many, many diabetics, especially within our Indigenous community, especially with myself. And I come here, and also many, many other people, for eye injections for diabetics. And just looking at the doctor's schedule, you know, in my mind, why can't we have this one doctor to come up to the PAW or be based in the PAW in Thompson to provide these services that diabetics need every 5 weeks? And you can imagine we have thousands and thousands of diabetics in northern Manitoba. And because this investment is not made, northern Manitoba is not, to me, somebody who lives there, we're always looked upon as second-class citizens. So just imagine if we got this eye doctor to come there, many, many people, including my family relatives and myself, would not further go blind, right? So just again, coming from northern Manitoba, have-nots, my goal is to actually have more services provided, especially with mental health when it comes to our youth. Just recently, I tried to get a mental health therapist to see my second oldest, and I was told it's a 6-month wait in the PAW. And so, okay, I tried my resources here in Winnipeg. I was told it's a 1-year wait in the PAW, in Winnipeg. So even though there's announcements coming from here, how is that actually going to reduce wait times? How is that going to reduce wait times too in the PAW for kids in Moose Lake, for kids in Shamattawa? How is that going to actually accommodate our children's lives and future? I also wanted to look back and not forget as to what happened when it came to this government stance on truth, reconciliation, TRC, so I cannot remember that right now. I was at home working virtually when I seen the former premier along with the government that stood behind him and stood quiet while this individual spoke harshly about Indigenous people, about me, about my children, about my ancestors. And it was quite disheartening to see every single person there quiet and not sticking up for what I'm pretty sure are good principles, but for some reason we're muzzled. And with those same actions, they have elected a new leader. They have put together this budget, but it's not fooling me, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This group of people stood behind a leader that they followed, voted against with, and to me, like I said, you got to be careful of who you run with, right? Because you catch the fleas from the dogs that you run with. So I'm not being fooled. What I see here is still fleas from that dog they ran with. So with this new budget, this new premier, cabinet shuffle, it's still a government that's still completely out of touch. And this is clearly demonstrated through their action items in their budget. This is demonstrated through when they cheered and hollered for themselves and patted themselves on the back when it came to awful, awful legislative policies for poor people, if you will. And that's what I'm starting to feel in this House. And when we have debates, they come back with rebuttals saying, announcement this, I'm going to bring my couch here. That's not helpful to Manitobans, especially when you're living in northern Manitoba. You know, for example, again, have-nots. I sent a handwritten letter to the Minister of Health in regards to the medical examiner. Why does it take so long, up to 4 weeks, to get our families' bodies back into Manitoba, northern Manitoba, and slightly less wait period for our people here in Winnipeg? So again, a lot of have-nots that we deal with. We have to wait much, much longer to bury our loved ones. So I just wanted to talk about a little bit more about with education. I'm proud of many people in my constituents when it came to Bill 64. Many called my office to ask how to get involved, how can we stop this? And with that, a huge mass grew of people who did not like that horrible, horrible bill. And it was such excitement to see our constituents, our people, see this rise, see how many people wanted to speak against it at committee. I think there was over 500 people that wanted to speak against this horrible bill. And I would like to see how many evenings, how many days, hours it would have been if that would have went through. And so again, that idea, that huge idea about dismantling boards for our school divisions, we would have lost voices for our teachers, our children. Issues would not have been understood versus being in northern Manitoba versus having our schools in southern Manitoba as well. So I just wanted to end with that it's been an absolute honor to stand here as the MLA for the Pas-Kamisak. It's been an absolute honor to see my constituency grow from 10 to 17 communities. And it's been an absolute honor to get to know every single one, communities, healthcare workers, teachers, especially the kids. I really enjoy meeting the kids in the schools. They have probably the most interesting and most important questions to ask, such as how much money do you make? And so things like that, I just wanted to say, even though it could be quite frustrating being in this chamber, it could be quite frustrating walking into this building, this huge, massive building, which could be tiring on your body and on your soul sometimes, but I just want to give gratitude to the constituents who've got me here. I want to give gratitude to every single colleague of mine in here. We all sacrifice a lot. We all have to deal with a lot at home and put on a brave face once we step into this chamber. And I want to thank everyone who has supported me along this way as well. And I also want to give a shout out. I was just thinking about them the other day when I was looking at speeches and reading Hansard for research. I want to thank the people in Hansard for having to put up and listen to every single word we say. And with that, I'd like to thank them to keep up the good work. And hello Hansard, see that's going to be in there. So, so with that, I will end my speech by saying, as you know, I clearly do not agree with this budget. It's very concerning, and actions speak louder than words. So I'd like to see more investment in northern Manitoba so we can actually have more healthier, more happier, more educated communities. And I'd like to see more changes too towards when it comes to children in care. There needs to be more investment and towards raising the age from 21 to 25. I can name you 10 children right away off the cuff that are falling off the edge of that cliff and could be potentially be homeless, could be potentially be housed in a prison, a jail. So with that, I want to work with this government to ensure that these realities become a reality, and to include us, our Manitobans, because I just feel there's just a certain type that is represented over there than the type that we represent here. Real people, real realities. And that's where I want to end off. Ego sir.
The honourable member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't think we're going to have to wait too long before we find the government prowling around northern Manitoba making all sorts of announcements, to be quite honest with you, but it may be very temporary. So, you know, the budget, this is the first budget of the new premier, and you know, we should expect to see a little bit different, a little bit of difference in it than the previous. But I have some issues that I want to deal with regarding the old premier. He didn't stay around long enough to be able to answer all these questions. But you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when COVID first started, we were trying to catch up with what was happening in the world and to take appropriate action. But there was some obvious things that we should have been able to see just by, you know, watching CNN and watching the news. Manitoba was not the first jurisdiction to have COVID cases. In fact, we didn't really get any for the first round, and we got them in the second. But we were able to watch what was happening in other jurisdictions, in Italy, other parts of Europe, United States, New York, where they had a big rush of people. They had to put together hospital facilities. They even brought in a naval vessel in New York, which they in fact ended up not using. But what we found during that whole period was that we discovered who was being hit the hardest with COVID. We could see, unlike the Spanish flu of 1918, that it wasn't young people, that this particular virus was attacking the older people. And we saw the death rate in those jurisdictions to be where the deaths were, with the older people. So knowing all that and seeing all that, we have to try to comprehend what was going on here in Manitoba. What was the premier doing, or what was the premier not doing about the situation? It was painfully obvious where the deaths were, and one would think that the first thing you should be doing is going out and protecting your personal care homes. And that's not what happened. You know, I mean, I would think that that from the time that Mr. Cuomo was having his daily news conferences, and they were having a huge amount of deaths, and they went through the entire wave. You saw where the deaths were. You saw they were in these nursing homes. That's the first place you should have gone to, and make certain that the issue was taken care of. Now, my longtime assistant for many years had the misfortune of getting into Parkview, literally, I think, about a week before the outbreak occurred. And so he survived Parkview only to be transferred to Maples. And my current assistant would make weekly visits to see him there. And there were people all around him that had passed away because of the virus. So it didn't seem to me like anybody was really in charge here of taking preventative action in situations where you would expect that that's where the problem will be 2 or 3 weeks from now. And when I did read and did hear that we still had in Manitoba homes where people were sharing. The member for Union Centre mentioned just previously that Manitoba and people in Manitoba were sharing rooms, four people to a room. Well, that would make sense if you know what you're dealing with. You know you're dealing with a virus, that the first thing you should be doing is getting people out of those 4-room situations. Maybe out of any sharing of a room. There should be maybe one person per room. So that should tell us something right there. Also, it didn't go unnoticed during the pandemic that even the health minister of the day himself talked about, how we're going to rebuild in the future when this is all over. We're going to be building based on a newer and better model. Well, where is this newer and better model? Well, evidently it was, I think, Holland or Norway or Denmark, certainly Scandinavian countries or Holland. And evidently there, they kind of learned a little ahead of us that older people didn't thrive in these big skyscrapers of buildings that what we've been building for the last 40 years, that in fact they are, the new centers that are being developed now are being done in low level, sort of like Washington height, 3-story high, and there's like a building code. They're not allowed to be any higher than that. And they mix up people, the older people with younger people. So you can't, and that's how it's being set up. Now, the minister, I did listen to him on one of his press conferences and gave the impression that we're just on the verge of breaking ground for one of these things, right? Well, that was like a year ago or more, and haven't heard a word about it. But I mean, that's what we should be doing, is the government should be announcing a plan here for, the next 20 years, that we're going to do, 1,000 a year or 2,000 a year, and we're going to redevelop the concept on and get away from these buildings, the tall buildings. And I think you're going to see a lot of financial hurt coming out of the pandemic from the downtown areas of cities like Winnipeg here, who are going to have a big problem getting people to come back to the downtown. And that we may see a big overdevelopment in real estate in there, and we may see a suppression of the pricing in those areas where people just don't want to go in there anymore, right? But that's just the way things should happen given the pandemic. We've had the architects for quite a few years talking about how we've got to, make people live, I say anyway, make people live on top of one another, that we've got to have density in the city. And I don't know anybody that came to this country from other countries hundreds of years ago that wanted to live on top of one another. But that's what we want to do. We simply say, oh no, you can't afford to be driving your own car, and you can't afford to be living in a bigger home. You have to be right along the bus route, right? And you're going to ride that bus. Well, guess what? As soon as that virus started, people didn't want to be on that bus anymore. The used car market just exploded, and people were buying cars because they wanted to get away from the people they were riding with the day before, right? So this is the kind of new view of the world that we were looking at just like a year or two ago. And I don't know that maybe, we're going to all forget about all this, that as we get past the pandemic, we're going to forget what we were talking about here and how scared we really were, and we're going to say, oh well, no, don't worry about it anymore. I'll ride, 4 people to my car, and I'll go and live in high rises and stuff like that, you know, they may get back to that. So I'm not going to say that this is going to change for good, but there were some good ideas that, you know, were employed elsewhere, that fit the new reality that we were looking at just 2 years ago. And I was hoping that we were going to see some developments in that. So, you know, I do look forward to a government in the future announcing new personal care homes and approaches. But I would hope that when they do that, that they look at what's being used in other parts of the world. And I do have some concerns about the private sector, you know, being involved in the home care business, in the long-term care, you know, because we did find here in Manitoba in our group of facilities that two of these big ones were part. And, you know, and the fact that they're owned by the Canada Pension Fund or whatever, you know, doesn't really, you know, doesn't make any stronger point with me. The question is, why were these the most poorly run of the bunch? And maybe they are trying to, you know, run the homes with half the staff, or, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it is, but it's a good enough question for us to be asking about that. Yeah, I'm not saying it's the case all the time, but it's I'd bet on it, right? That's in fact what they're doing. So I also wanted to talk about how, you know, how the healthcare has totally changed too with the new with the new realities that we're in right now. I mean, when the government came in and they found this Peachy report lying around somewhere and dusted it off and decided to do some pretty crazy things, one of them being shut down the Concordia ER. I mean, the reality is, this goes to show you why your MLA can be important, because, you know, the government had 38 seats, that a premier who doesn't listen to anybody other than himself. And you know what he did with those poor people? I mean, not only the poor public, but his own members. He dragged them through a process where they announced they're going to close the ER completely, right? Like completely, just leave it vacant. And that whole mess went on for about a year while people got really worked up about it. And then he announced that he's going to have a walk-in clinic, big monster walk-in clinic. He's going to set that up, right? And it never said who's going to operate this thing, but that's what he was going to do. Well, that went by another year, and he found people just got madder at him. And meanwhile, his MLAs, they were like starting to sink underwater over there because they couldn't talk to him. At least when this whole scenario happened way back in Filman days, Bonnie Mitchelson, the MLA, stormed into, well, that's what I was told, stormed into Filman's office and read the riot act to him, and that was the end of it. Concordia was saved. But he did the opposite with Misericordia. Remember, Misericordia is out in Wolseley, right? At least that's where it used to be. So he had it over there. Well, Bonnie, you know, like nobody was able to stop him from closing Misericordia, and there's a good argument for keeping that one open too, right? But he got stopped on Concordia because of Bonnie, because of the MLA. And that should tell you something right there, that she had some influence at that time, right? But when the new group come, I'm not saying they didn't try, but they didn't get anywhere with the leader of the time. Now,
I don't think they tried that.
So now it's sat vacant for another year, and then we ramped up the campaign again. Well, guess what happened? June came when we thought the election was going to be. He didn't call it in June. But what did he do in June? He went and he said, we're going to keep urgent care. At that point, even the staff said to me, oh, it's enough. We're happy. So I said, okay, fine. I'm not happy, but if you say you're happy and you've got most of your positions and stuff like that, well, then fine, right? But that's how we got to where we got. We didn't get there just by accepting what they were going to do, right? And we took them step by step by step, and we got to urgent care, and that was June. The election was September and didn't get as good a result as he thought he probably would have gotten June maybe, right? But nevertheless, so that's just and who would have thought then that we would be having a pandemic just a little while later when we would be saying that all this reorg was totally bogus in the first place, right? That it wasn't required. Because once again, we've been on both sides of the issue over the years, right? We've been in the government, we had to make decisions. And what happens in those situations is it's hard to justify staffing up for, the worst case scenario, right? Like, until you actually need it. That's right, So that's what we always have got, and you have to work on that. And the problem is they're always weak on the healthcare side of it. Let's take a look at education, right? Bill 64. There's a case where they just practically overthrew threw the whole education system into a big mess. Took apart their whole support base, right? Even like teachers that were supporting them walked away from them, right? And they just left it. It was like a tornado came through town, right? It just tore the whole school system apart. That's what they actually did. So now, Premier Pallister is long gone, and these guys are walking around trying to figure out like what went wrong, and how do we clean up the mess that was left behind here, and then how do we gain any trust back? Because when you see what they did, I don't think a lot of teachers or the education system is going to tell. They can come back and say, oh well, we have sinned. Well, I have sinned, and forgive us, and we're going to make good on what it is that we did wrong. Well, something, people are not going to believe that. And I don't think today that there's a whole lot of people believe that they trust them on the Concordia ER either, for that matter, right? Or on the Concordia urgent care, that they won't, win again and then say, oh, surprise. Yeah. But we were wrong all the time, and Peachy was right, and we're going to go back and start over again, right? And that's where they run aground all the time, because they're not trustworthy on these kind of issues. The telephone system, everything was fine with the telephone system out of the blue, and then next thing you know, away goes the telephone system, right? Sold it off, sold it off, and sold it off, and it's gone. And they want us to believe that they won't do the same thing with hydro. They say, oh, believe us. No, we're not going to do that. You guys are totally wrong. Well, we weren't wrong at all on the telephone system. And this government, we have a big list of things that sold off. We're just selling off all sorts of Crown assets over the last couple of years, right? So, so they don't have a very good record at all. And actually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just last week, the Auditor General talked about Manitoba's implementation of the Path to Reconciliation Act, and they haven't followed through on that either. Like, so anything that they're not actually, looking at and being watched on almost a daily basis, they are in this case just walked away from the Reconciliation Act that they passed and in 2016, and there's no credible movement on this file, according to the Auditor General. I mean, you can't get any better than that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know there's a few more people that wish to speak on this budget. We obviously are not going to be voting for it. What? Yeah, I'm getting some surprise here from my colleagues, but I just want to, assure them that that they're on the right track. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Maples.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is my honor to put a few comments on the record regarding Budget 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Manitobans were looking for hope in this budget, hope for health care, hope for economic recovery, and hope for a better future for their kids. But Stephenson government failed to meet the moment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, cost of everything is going up. Inflation is up 6.7% this month. In Manitoba is up 7.3%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, being a critic for MPI, I'd like to talk about how MPI can play a role in affordability. Mr. Deputy Speaker, according to the document submitted to the Public Utility Board in 2020 and 2021, the DBA fees MPI collected and transferred to government totaled around $240.3 million. In return for its service, government paid MPI $30.2 million. However, the actual cost to MPI were $32.9 million, or a shortfall of $2.7 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, here's the cell game. In March of 2021, MPI transferred $60 million from Extension Reserve to offset cost of the administration of the DBA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at that time, MPI announced that they will transfer additional $53 million in March of 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this money belongs to ratepayers. It should be returned to the ratepayers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know what MPI transferred? Additional $12 million, so making it a $65 million total. In the budget, Stephenson government announced a $10 registration fee reduction, or $15 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Stephenson government is playing the cell game with the MPI ratepayers. So what the cell game means is, like I was just Googling it, what that really means is swindling trick in which a small ball or pea quickly shifted from under one to another to 3 walnut shell or cups to fool the spectators guessing at its location. So Manitobans are smart, Mr. Deputy Speaker, even though they were twisting it, or they were taking the money, returning a little. It's a cell game. MPI transferred $125 million. In return, the government returned about $15 million to the ratepayers, about $10 to each person. But again, in reality, MPI take an additional, even if you take, like MPI ratepayers got $15 million back, in reality, they also got, government took another $115 million from the ratepayers. I know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't have much time, but there's lots of other issues to be talked about, such as underfunding to the public school, where Seven Oaks School Division had to cut 8 teaching positions and 20 supporting staffs. And there's also underfunding to the healthcare system, where over 170,000 people are waiting in pain for surgeries and no timeline to list it. So these are the few things that are concerning in the budget. Actually, there's a lot more than that. but I don't have much time to put it on the record. But again, if I'm looking at being in front of the Maples, Seven Oaks, during the pandemic, Seven Oaks Hospital lost its cancer care outpatient services. I know I have heard a lot from the PC that they want to bring healthcare close to home. But people traveling from the Maples all the way to Victoria doesn't make it closer. With this few moments, I like to conclude my comment, and I will not be supporting this budget. This budget doesn't go far enough. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The honourable member for Concordia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know I don't have much time here today, but I'm appreciative that I get a chance to put a few words on the record. First and foremost, to thank our healthcare workers, thank all the frontline workers throughout this province. This pandemic has been difficult on so many people, and it has been tough for so many. But for those folks who have been coming in to work day after day, I have nothing but respect for them, and I just at the outset want to make sure that they are thanked and they understand how much we on this side of the House appreciate the work that they do. You know, this budget was an opportunity, a very unique opportunity to show some reflection, to show some humility, and to really go back and look at, you know, what were some of the failures of this pandemic. And, you know, the Premier said when she came in to assume the leadership of the PC party that she was going to do things differently. Those were words, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This budget represents action, and the action that we see from this government is once again more of the same continuation of Brian Pallister's bad mistakes and failed government. You know, if we have one consensus right now in this province, it is around healthcare and the importance of healthcare and the importance to fund and enhance healthcare. And at the same time that we have that broad consensus, this government brings forward a budget that actually freezes or nominally increases the amount of spending on healthcare, but doesn't even account for inflation. It's literally a cut that our healthcare system is going to now have to endure once again. I know that's been an issue in my constituency in the northeast part of the city, but it is across the province. And what the issue we see around patient transfers right now is a significant issue that this government seems to be leaning into. They have no plans to pull back on, and it's really affecting the people. We want to make sure that they have healthcare in their communities, and even at the very least, healthcare in their hometown or home city. In this case, people are going across this province to get healthcare. You know, I have so much to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will keep it brief. I'll just say that I was at AMM convention in Brandon, heard directly from municipalities there who are telling me how profoundly disappointed they are in this government. And again, a funding freeze, the 7th budget in a row now, and municipalities are at their wits' end. They're not only dealing with increased costs due to the pandemic and slowdown in revenues, they're also dealing with now a 7th freeze by this government and inflation that's over 5%. So, you know, I know that it was all hands on deck out there to do damage control by this government, but I was in the room there and I heard the profound disappointment firsthand from councillors, and they're going to hear a lot more as things go forward as well. We know that you know, even the inflation pressures on capital spending are going to be an issue. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had an opportunity in February to travel up to Thompson, and I drove up there to take the opportunity to meet with municipal officials up there, but and to get an idea of some of the issues on the ground in the north, but also very importantly, Madam Speaker, to drive Highway 6 from this building to the hometown of our colleague Daniel Adams, and you know, that was an important endeavor that I felt I had to do, but it was also eye-opening, and we've heard it now from our colleagues from the north who have been advocating day after day. We hear it from the residents of Thompson who have 5,300 signatures on a petition begging this government for upgrades to Highway 6. There is so much that needs to be done, not just there, but across our province. So when this government, again, leaves money on the table year over year over year, how can anybody believe them when they say, no, don't worry, trust us, this year we're going to spend our budget? That is the ultimate takeaway from this budget, Madam Speaker, the issue around trust. Nobody trusts this government because they have broken that trust year after year after year. And it's one thing to say the words that things are going to be different, but what we've seen from this Premier now, again, writ large in this budget, is again a failure to understand the needs of Manitobans and to actually listen to their concerns. So, yeah, again, spoiler alert, I don't know why the message isn't getting through the members opposite. We will be voting against this budget, and we will be voting in favor of our amendment, which helps try to address just a fraction of the issues that we're hearing on the doorstep, and we'll continue to do that every single day in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I just want to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Rossmere, for being the new Deputy Speaker. I didn't have an opportunity to congratulate him in the chamber here, so let's give him a hand for doing such a great job. And I do miss that role, by the way, and but I'm happy to be part of this, the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. I was actually appointed by I would honestly have to say I was one of the first new ministers appointed by the first female Premier of Manitoba. So I'll take that as my fame to, and but I want to say I had an opportunity when it came to the leadership race with the new potential leader, and I actually was dedicated to making sure that our Premier was going to win the leadership race, because she had a background that everybody in this caucus can actually say that we're all one big part of a team here, and when it comes to our Premier now, she has a vision, and a vision that we can all relate to. And so I'm so honored to be part of our cabinet at this point in time. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the budget, I have to honestly say that there's actually a lot of spending for infrastructure. The infrastructure is going to be over $567 million this year, just on new investments in this province, and that includes work on Highway 6 going north. Madam Speaker, the NDP had 16 years, and they underspent every single year when it comes to infrastructure. They would overspend in every other department, but they would actually way underspend in infrastructure. This is an opportunity that they could have took that time, that money, and invested in, especially with constituencies that they had. They made sure that the highways were looked after where there was a lot of deficits when it came to us rural MLAs that were in the opposition at the time. So we're going to look after all of Manitobans when we go forward when it comes to infrastructure investments. And Madam Speaker, it's very exciting that we are going to be looking at a 3-year budget of over $5.6 billion that we're going to be investing for the next 3 years in our infrastructure. That includes the corridors when it comes to the Trans-Canada Highway, the Highway 75 to the U.S., to make sure that we have a corridor when it comes to trade with our American partners. We're also using that Trans-Canada Highway to make sure that we have trade when it comes to our provincial partners all across Canada. So this is very important that Manitoba, and especially Winnipeg, becomes the trucking hub of North America. And we have a great opportunity with our Centerport right now. We just actually announced a railway park that we are going to do right now at Centerport. This will bring a lot of investments into the city of Winnipeg and to the province of Manitoba. And we really feel that there's an opportunity to attract outside investment, not like what the NDP did over the years of when they're not in power. They basically chased investment out of this province by overtaxing. And we feel that in this, on our team here, we want to make sure that it's not if we can afford all the services that are out there, it's how we can afford them. And the thing is, it's about economic development in this province. And we're going to continue working with economic development, working with all the different departments to make sure that we set policy that investors who are from outside the country, the province, or even investors who want to expand their businesses, we provide a policy that we allow them to want to encourage them to invest into the province of Manitoba and to provide jobs, and there we would also have the opportunity to to create more tax revenue when it comes to making sure that we have the services that we want Manitobans that deserve, and we want to make sure that we spend proper money in investing into our healthcare system. I see the Minister of Health is right here, and we want to make sure that our healthcare system is invested, and we're actually building a number of hospitals in rural Manitoba, whereas the NDP actually closed rural hospitals, and they say they're opponents of rural hospitals, rural Manitobans. They are not, Madam Speaker. We are actually building a new hospital in Portage-la-Prairie. We're building a new hospital in Neepawa. We're expanding our hospital in Dauphin. We're going to expansion in Boundary Trails. We're doing a lot of investments when it comes to our hospitals and our healthcare system. And when it comes to education, I believe that Minister of Education just announced that we're doing 20 new schools, 22 new schools across the province, and that's so important now with the education system that we have here. We want to make sure that we invest in our youth when it comes to making sure that they have the best education system, not like the track record that the NDP had when it came to education. We want to make sure that we get our value for our money when it comes to our youth. It's important. And I see the Minister of Advanced Education and Immigration. It's important that he's also focusing on making sure that our students who come out of high school go to proper post-education like universities of U of M, Brandon University, when it comes to University of Winnipeg, and River College, where I went to college, and also ACC. We have opportunities in the University of the North too. We also want to make sure that we actually have opportunities for our youth to make sure that they're trained properly, they get the education, and they be productive in our economy, Madam Speaker. We also want to make sure that our immigration policies are set up so that we attract talented people from around the world to come to this province to make sure that they have an opportunity, like my grandfather who came back in 1911 at the age of 17, and we want to make sure that we have Ukrainian refugees too, the opportunity, if they have the opportunity to come to Canada, to give them opportunities to make sure that their kids are taken care of, the education system is looked after, their healthcare needs are looked after, and also providing opportunities for jobs if they have the classification that they had in Ukraine, until such time if they want to go back. Well, hopefully the conflict will be resolved at some point in the near future, but it doesn't seem like with Putin in power, it looks like it might go for a little bit longer than we expect, and it's unfortunate. And with all the Ukrainians that are Manitobans, they say 1 out of 7 us as residents have Ukrainian background, and it's important. Even in this chamber, I see there's probably 10 people in this members here that probably have a Ukrainian heritage background. So it's important that we look out for Ukrainians from all across the world to make sure that they have a place to come to, a safe haven to come to, and to make sure that they have opportunities that our forefathers had generations ago. And so, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this budget too, we have an opportunity to look at also looking at the perimeter highway. I want to focus on some of the projects that I'm going to be looking at. We are looking at the south perimeter. We did a study. My predecessor, I want to thank for all his work that he did. The member from I think it's Springfield Wishot. All the work he's done in the past with at the time was Manitoba Infrastructure. The work that we're going to continue doing when it comes to the perimeter highway, we want to make sure that we look at a north study to make sure that we want to look at investing in making the perimeter highway around Winnipeg a freeway system. And we're looking right now, the exciting part is that we're doing this construction of St. Mary's interchange. It's starting right now. You see some construction happening right now around the St. Mary's Road intersection there. It's going to continue for all summer, and it's going to be, I believe it's going to be complete next fall. And for traffic to flow smoother through around the perimeter highway, we're looking at possibly looking at next is doing the exchange, the interchange in when it comes to Highway McGilvery and the Perimeter Highway at Oak Bluff. We're actually looking at doing a project there next, and we're looking at different parts of around the city of Winnipeg. Some north, once we finish the study, we're going to look at doing some interchanges there too, and making sure that at one point in the future, and we're going to do a 10-year plan too. And we're also looking at doing RTAC highways, which is a qualification of weight restriction when it comes to no rate restrictions on highways throughout the rural Manitoba, throughout the province. That network, we're looking at making such highways as Highway 16, Highway 1, Highway 2, and Highway 3 as RTAC highways going east and west. But we're also looking at Highway 83, Highway 21, Highway 10, Highway 5, Highway 244, 305, Highway 13, 75, and Highway 59 and Highway 12 as RTAC highways going north and south, Madam Speaker. And these are important investments for this province, and we want to make sure that we continue investing into infrastructure. Like I said, this is an opportunity to attract investors who want to come and say outside processing centers. You know, right now in my constituency of Turtle Mountain, we actually have Highlight, for instance. They actually invested some big amounts of money in the constituency, and we wanted to make sure that the flow of commodities that go to Niqua, for instance, at the slaughter plant, they have the proper highways to make sure that the commodities go to the market very well. We also have potato plants in the Portage area and the Carberry area. We want to make sure that our highways are invested in so that there's no rate restriction when it comes to farmers hauling potatoes and hogs, grain, any type of grain into market. We're also looking at we did the investment that we actually did in Manitoba when it comes to Roquette Pea Plant. We attracted that business, Portage la Prairie. We want to make sure that our highways are proper so that farmers can take their peas to the processing centers at Roquette Pea Plant in Portage la Prairie. So now I just wanted to be able to put a few words on the table, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to pass it on to the Premier.
The Honourable First Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to put a few words on the record with respect to our 2022 budget. I want to begin by thanking the over 51,000 Manitobans who completed our online survey and participated in town halls and other virtual events throughout our province. This budget is for you and is for all Manitobans. Madam Speaker, on February 24th, Vladimir Putin began his brutal assault on the Ukrainian people that has claimed the lives of thousands of innocent civilians. Since the invasion, Manitobans have come together like never before to raise funds, to attend rallies, and open their homes to resettled families. And our government has joined them in our unwavering support for the Ukrainian people. We have provided $800,000 in humanitarian aid through the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress and the Manitoba Council for International Cooperation. We have established our Ukrainian Refugee Task Force to welcome resettled families. We have expedited Ukrainian applications and waived all fees for our provincial nominee program. And earlier this month, Madam Speaker, we opened a new welcome center for Ukrainians arriving at the Winnipeg Airport, connecting them with the resources they need to rebuild their lives. Madam Speaker, the Putin regime is taking notice of Manitoba's support for Ukrainian people. He can ban me and others from Russia all he wants, Madam Speaker, but our message is very clear. Manitobans won't be intimidated. We will continue to stand with Ukrainian people and against this unjust war. Madam Speaker, last year I ran to become the leader of Manitoba's Progressive Conservative Party and Premier of Manitoba because I believe in Manitobans. I believe in their strength, I believe in their integrity, and I believe in their entrepreneurial spirit. And I believe that government should create the conditions for their success, ensuring equality of opportunity for all. We outlined that vision in our throne speech, a vision of a strong economic and social recovery with a focus on the health and well-being of all Manitobans. It is a plan to listen, to heal, and bring Manitobans together. And along with the feedback we received from the thousands of Manitobans, our throne speech informed this year's 5 budget priorities: strengthening healthcare, making life more affordable, building our economy, investing in our communities, and protecting our environment. Madam Speaker, Budget 2022 puts our throne speech into action. It strengthens, it invests, and it builds our province. It implements our plan to recover together. Madam Speaker, the past 2 years of the pandemic have caused many hardships for Manitoba families and businesses. And as we transition to the new normal in our province, we need to learn to live with the virus. Madam Speaker, that's why in Budget 2022, we are investing $630 million to continue our fight against COVID-19, preparing us for new variants and other pressures on our healthcare system. And we are strengthening healthcare to give Manitobans the quality of care that they deserve. We are investing $110 million in our surgical and diagnostic recovery task force so Manitobans can stop waiting and start living. We are investing $20 million in our senior strategy to expand home and community care options, as well as $32 million to implement Dr. Lynn Stevenson's recommendations to improve long-term care. We are investing $390 million in mental health and addiction services, expanding supports throughout our province. And we are investing $2.3 billion in healthcare capital, including St. Boniface Hospital emergency room redevelopment, tripling the size of its ER. New hospitals are coming in Portage-la Prairie and Neepawa, and we are expanding hospitals in Asher and Brandon, Dauphin, Morden, Winkler, Selkirk, and Steinbach, with more exciting news to come for northern and other communities across this great province of ours. Madam Speaker, we are investing $7.2 billion in healthcare. That is $1 billion more than the NDP ever invested. It is the largest healthcare investment in the history of our province. Madam Speaker, Manitobans elected us to make their lives more affordable. Over the last 6 years, we kept our promises to them. We reduced the PST from 8% to 7%. We exempted PSE from will preparation, property insurance, tax preparation, and personal services. And we indexed the basic personal amount in all income tax brackets to the rate of inflation, removing nearly 16,000 Manitobans from the tax roll. But we know that inflation, interest rate hikes, and supply chain challenges are driving up the cost of living, Madam Speaker, but we are taking action. This year, we are increasing the education property tax rebate from 25% to 37.5%, a savings for the average homeowner of another $581 this year alone.
That's affordability.
Madam Speaker, that puts another $103 million back in the pockets of Manitobans. And Madam Speaker, we are bringing total rebates up to $350 million annually. And by creating our new residential renters credits, we are providing up to $525 each year for 45,000 low-income households that were previously ineligible for the credit, Madam Speaker. That makes life more affordable for Manitobans. In fact, Madam Speaker, thanks to the investments in this budget, the average Manitoban will have $2,400 more in their pockets this year than they ever did under the previous NDP government. Madam Speaker, we are keeping our promises. We have a plan to make life more affordable for Manitoba families. After 2 years of the pandemic, our economy is on the rebound. Employment is up, retail sales, manufacturing sales, and farm cash receipts are at historic levels. And we continue to see unprecedented investment and job creation across our province. Madam Speaker, we are recovering, but we know we need to do more to succeed in a highly competitive world economy. Our government is taking action. This year's budget invests $50 million to create a new venture capital fund to provide businesses with the access to capital and funding for innovation that they need. We are making the small business venture capital tax credit permanent and expanding the credit to include contributions to venture capital funds. And we are reducing the payroll tax burden for almost 1,000 businesses and completely eliminating the tax for 200 employers in the province. Madam Speaker, we are making Manitoba a competitive destination for capital and innovation, and we are improving labour market conditions. It was a progressive Conservative government that started the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program, and our government is strengthening it. We are investing in our skills, talent, and knowledge strategy, aligning our post-secondary education and immigration systems with labour market needs. We are investing $5 million in programming to attract and support more newcomers through the Provincial Nominee Program. And our Immigration Advisory Council is working to make Manitoba a dynamic destination for immigration and investment. We are also committed, Madam Speaker, to supporting our mining and natural resource sector, which is why we created the new Department of Natural Resources and Northern Development. Madam Speaker, the members opposite want to keep resources in the ground and keep our economy stagnant, Madam Speaker. They don't want to partner with First Nations or Indigenous communities to create a better, brighter future for them. But, Madam Speaker, we do.
Keep it in the ground.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we know that inclusive, thriving communities are the backbone of our province. That is why our budget invests in our communities now and into the future. Madam Speaker, we are investing in new schools. Over the next 3 years, we will build new schools in Sage Creek, Waverly West, Inkster Gardens, Steinbach, and Morden. And we are well on our way to 22 new schools by 2027. Madam Speaker, we're investing in affordable childcare. Our partnership with the federal government will see $326 million invested over 2 years. That's creating over 700 spaces in new childcare centers and supporting 50 new home-based spaces this year alone, Madam Speaker. We're investing in community infrastructure. This year's budget doubles funding for the Building Sustainable Communities Fund, providing $25 million annually to fund new playgrounds, to fund community centers and swimming pools across our province. And we are investing in our arts, culture, and sports sector with $34 million this year and $100 million over 3 years to revitalize our communities. Those are the investments we are making for Manitobans. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the historic injustices faced by Indigenous peoples, and we are moving forward in a spirit of truth and reconciliation. We're investing in initiatives to advance reconciliation throughout Manitoba, including the $35 million we have dedicated to the Hudson Bay Building redevelopment, announced just last week with Prime Minister and Grand Chief Jerry Daniels. And there is plenty more to come, Madam Speaker, because we have a plan to invest in inclusive and thriving communities for all Manitobans. Finally, Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the challenges of climate change, and we are committed to protecting our environment. We are investing $50 million in rehabilitation programs for orphaned and abandoned mines. We are investing $6.4 million in our climate and green plan. And we are increasing contributions to the Conservation and Climate Fund to support a cleaner environment and low carbon economic growth. This is on top, Madam Speaker, of provincial investments of over $182 million to upgrade the City of Winnipeg's North End Water Pollution Control Centre. Madam Speaker, we will continue to work with other levels of government and our private sector partners to meet our climate targets because, Madam Speaker, we have a plan for a cleaner, greener economy here in Manitoba. So, Madam Speaker, the NDP and Liberals in this chamber, well, they can criticize all they want, Madam Speaker. They can make things up on the fly. The Leader of the Opposition and many members opposite just make things up and put them on the record to think that they're facts, that would make them facts, Madam Speaker. But the fact is they're not facts, Madam Speaker. They continue to be negative, and they can be negative all they want, Madam Speaker, but that's not what Manitobans want. What they want is a plan. The NDP and the Leader of the Opposition doesn't have a plan, Madam Speaker. Well, I will tell Manitobans that we do have a plan. We have a plan to strengthen healthcare, Madam Speaker. We have a plan to make life more affordable, Madam Speaker. We have a plan to build our economy. We have a plan to invest in communities. We have a plan to protect the environment. And our plan provides a better, brighter future for all Manitobans. That's what the 51,000 Manitobans who participated in wanted. That's what Manitobans want. They want a brighter future for themselves. They want hope and opportunity for the future. That's what we will give them, Madam Speaker. Now let's get on with passing this budget.
Is the House ready for the question? Therefore, the question before the House is a proposed sub-amendment of the Leader of the Independent, or the member for St. Boniface. Do members wish to have the sub-amendment read? Yes. I heard a yes. The proposed motion of the Honourable Member for St. Boniface that the amendment be amended by adding after clause FF the following clauses: GG, failing to make new investments in improving the lives and abilities people of Manitoba, choosing instead to expand existing inequities and selecting the status quo over growth and innovation, and HH, failing to increase funding for the Emergency Measures Organization despite 2 years of historic crisis, including paramedics, fires, and floods, and II, failing to provide any sort of a plan for individuals seeking to escape wars in Ukraine and Afghanistan by partnering with local organizations to ensure a proper and smooth resettlement transition to Manitoba, and JJ, failing to commit to equitable health and education funding for all Manitobans, choosing instead to continue concentrating services in Winnipeg, and KK, failing to provide adequate relief and support to smaller enterprises in Manitoba and mom and pop businesses who are struggling to survive after 2 years of pandemic struggles, and LL, failing to create an independent, non-political means of distributing $50 million in venture capital, which is essential to establishing business confidence, and MM, failing to pursue fiscally sound measures, choosing to issue checks with no lasting economic benefit that will have to be paid back by future generations while shunning meaningful investments in growth and stability, and NN, failing to make desperately needed new investments in education and in reducing barriers and obstacles that block Manitobans from meeting their full potential, and failing to make proactive investments to avoid health concerns, especially areas such as diabetes supplies and medications that can prevent death and disability, and PP, failing to provide a plan of relief for the thousands of Manitobans who have waited weeks, months, and sometimes years on a waiting list to have necessary medical needs addressed, And QQ, failing to address the significant impact COVID-19 has had on the mental well-being of Manitobans and the development of children by providing a plan that focuses on mental wellness and brain health to ensure that Manitobans are living healthy, fulfilled lives. And RR, failing to ensure children attending Manitoba schools receive a minimum of one meal or snack each day. And SS, failing to recognize that healthcare reforms to date have been a disaster and choosing to build new hospitals across Manitoba while failing to recruit and hire enough doctors, nurses, and other health professionals to staff existing facilities. Failing to provide a seamless, integrated, and effective approach to addictions, where people can get the help they need at any time of day or night, instead of through RAM clinics, which have limited hours and therefore limited effectiveness. And UU, failing to close the wage gap to ensure that rural paramedics are given a wage incentive to live and work in rural Manitoba. And VV, failing to present a plan to address economic issues while at the same time making Manitoba more sustainable by making drastic reductions in net carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide emissions. And WW, failing to allow Manitobans to take steps to reducing their own carbon footprint by following the federal government's lead by providing rebates for the purchase of electric vehicles, major retrofits to existing buildings, and adaptations of agriculture. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendments? All those in favor of the sub-amendment, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the sub-amendment lost. The Honourable Member for River Heights?
A recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Does the member have the support of 3 other members for a recorded vote? The member does not have support for a recorded vote. The amendment is lost. The sub-amendment is lost. The question now before the House is a proposed amendment moved by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to the proposed motion of the Honourable Minister of Finance that this House approves in general budgetary policy of the government. Do members wish to have the amendment read? Yes. I hear a yes. The proposed motion of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in amendment is as follows: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after House and substituting, therefore regrets that this budget neglects the priorities of Manitobans by A, continuing with Brian Pallister's plan and failed approach to healthcare, education, reconciliation, and the economy, and B, taking Brian Pallister's failed plan to healthcare cuts from Winnipeg to rural Manitoba, and C, instituting a de facto cut to hospitals, emergency rooms, and clinics. Order. C, instituting a de facto cut to hospitals, emergency rooms, and clinics across Winnipeg, Brandon, Swan River, Dauphin, Selkirk, Gimli, Thompson, Flin Flon, The Pas, Churchill, and many other rural, northern, and remote communities across the province. And D, offering more empty promises to fix the extremely high surgical and diagnostic caseload backlog that has only grown larger because of the inaction and refusal to work with frontline workers and invest in real solutions. And E, refusing to stop the practice of sending seniors hundreds of kilometers away from home for health care because the PC cuts have removed capacity from the system. And F, failing to increase the amount of personal care home beds, as Manitoba now has fewer personal care home beds today than when the Progressive Conservatives took power in 2016. And G, refusing to offer a comprehensive workforce agenda for the healthcare sector or for reversing their cut to healthcare coverage for international students in Manitoba. And H, failing to present a plan for adult education or other supports for Manitobans. I, rejecting evidence of the effectiveness of safe consumption sites to address the addictions and mental health crisis as the province experienced the highest number of overdose deaths last year in its history. And J, continuing to underfund, underspend, and cut the K-12 education system, leading to larger classes and fewer supports in the classroom for students. And K, offering no plan to create the spaces needed in the early learning and childcare sector, no real capital program or a workforce strategy to staff the sector. And L, failing to implement a universal school breakfast program to ensure every child succeeds in the classroom. And M, refusing to provide products in schools to make sure no student is subjected to period poverty. And N, failing to provide for regular families as the cost of everyday essentials, including electricity and natural gas bills increase. And O, making permanent a renter's tax hike in the midst of the highest inflation in decades. And P, making life more unaffordable by increasing tuition for colleges and universities by millions, while continuing to freeze support for post-secondary institutions across the province. And Q, refusing to help municipalities deliver their essential services by not increasing the funding for municipalities for a 6th consecutive year. And R, underspending last year's infrastructure budget by nearly $60 million and freezing the maintenance and repair budgets for provincial roads and highways for at least the next 3 years, while refusing to invest in important projects like repairs to Highway 6 or improvements to Chief Peguis Trail. And S, continuing to send hundreds of thousands of dollars of Manitoba's money to a Texas-based company in order to access our provincial parks, while failing to fix the technical failings of the booking system. And T, ignoring the climate crisis by not offering a real plan or targets to address it, underfunding programs meant to support cleaner energy, and not adopting measures to support transition like updated building codes. And U, failing to offer leadership or a plan to grow Manitoba's economy for the next 10 years. And V, refusing to offer a real plan to create good jobs in rural and northern Manitoba or to invest in the mining sector. And W, jeopardizing access to rural broadband by pursuing privatization and failing to provide investments to ensure rural and northern communities can get connected to high-speed internet. And X, ignoring the needs of small businesses who have been left behind by this provincial government while it rewards its friends and other well-connected insiders. And Y, lacking any real action on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And Z, refusing to engage in good faith negotiation with rights holders like the Manitoba Métis Federation. And AA, failing to offer a plan to build or repair social housing in Manitoba, housing for seniors, or a comprehensive plan to address homelessness. And BB, refusing to offer real support for settlement services for people fleeing the war in Ukraine, while at the same time cutting funding for programs such as immigration pathways. And CC, cutting funding to the Fair Registration Office after having failed to support internationally educated nurses and other professionals in having their credentials recognized in Manitoba. And DD, failing to address the concerns of producers, including their concerns regarding increased lease costs, a failing Crown Lands program, and closed agriculture offices across the province. And EE, rejecting the need to provide proper salaries for working people, failing to properly address the needs of workers in sectors like community living disability services or home care workers or other healthcare workers, and refusing to address the challenges experienced by women, BIPOC, and other marginalized groups to fully participate in the pandemic recovery. And FF, failing to learn the lessons of the pandemic by further cutting healthcare funding, refusing to release up-to-date data about the spread of COVID-19, and refusing to call for an independent investigation into the provincial government's pandemic response. As a consequence, the provincial government has thereby lost the confidence of this House and the people of Manitoba. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
A recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
A recorded vote having been called, call in the members. The question before the House now is a proposed amendment moved by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to the proposed motion of the Honourable Minister of Finance that this House approves in general the budgetary policy of the government. All those in the chamber in favour of the motion, please rise. Please go ahead.
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Weeb,
Mr. Weeb,
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine,
Emily Asaguara,
Emily Asaguara,
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
Mr. Vaslev,
Mr. Vasiliv,
Emily Lindsay,
Emily Lindsay,
Mr. Sala,
Mr. Sala,
Emily Marcelino,
Emily Marcelino,
Ms. Naylor,
Ms. Naylor,
Mr. Lamont,
Mr. Lamont,
Ms. Lamoureux,
Ms. Lamoureux,
Ms. Laughlin,
Ms. Laughlin,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Bushy,
Mr. Bushy,
Mr. Moses,
Mr. Moses,
Mr. Sandhu,
Mr. Sandhu,
Honorable Mr. Gerard,
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson,
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Order.
Honorable Mr. Gertson,
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Reyes,
Honorable Mr. Reyes.
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Iwasco,
Honorable Mr. Iwasco.
Honorable Ms. Squires,
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Mr. Lajimodiere,
Honorable Mr. Lajimodiere.
Mr. Wishart,
Mr. Wishart.
Mr. Peterson,
Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Johnston Assiniboia,
Honorable Mr. Johnston Assiniboia.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
Honorable Ms. Gordon,
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Johnson Interlake Gimli,
Honorable Mr. Johnson Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mr. Pinnock,
Honorable Mr. Pinnock.
Honorable Mr. Smith Lajimodiere,
Honorable Mr. Smith Lajimodiere.
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Smook,
Mr. Smook.
Mr. Khan,
Mr. Khan.
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
Ms. Morley Lecomte.
Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Teitzma,
Mr. Teitzma.
Mr. Schuler,
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Ginter,
Mr. Ginter.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct that vote?
Honorable Mrs. Clark,
She needs to unmute.
Honorable Ms.
I vote no. Honorable Ms. Clark votes no.
Mrs. Cox,
A little bit louder, I think.
I vote no. Ms. Cox votes no.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
Oh, you missed Mr. Eichler.
I vote no.
You missed.
I'll just say it. Mr. Eichler,
I vote no.
Mr. Eichler votes no. And please do Mr. Friesen again.
Mr. Friesen,
Honorable Mr.
Honorable
Mr.
Mr. Friesen,
We didn't count him the first time.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Friesen votes no.
Mr. Isleifson,
Order.
I vote no.
Mr. Isleifson votes no.
Mr. Lagasse, Mr. Lagasse,
Mr. Lagasse?
I vote no.
Mr. Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote no.
Mr. Mikuleski votes no. I have 32 and she has 32.
You have 32? Okay, then I'm wrong.
Yeas 20, nays 32.
The motion is accordingly lost. The question before the House is a proposed motion of the Honourable Minister of Finance that this House approves in general the budgetary policy for the government. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. I hear no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable Government House Leader?
Record a vote, Madam Speaker.
A recorded vote having been called, call in the members.
Work.
The question before the House is a proposed motion of the Honourable Minister of Finance that this House approves in general the budgetary policy of the government. All those in the chamber in favour of the motion, please rise. Please go ahead.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson,
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson,
Honorable Mr. Gertson,
Honorable Mr. Gertson,
Honorable Mr. Reyes,
Honorable Mr. Reyes,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Iwasco,
Honorable Mr. Iwasco,
Honorable Ms. Squires,
Honorable Ms. Squires,
Honorable Mr. Lajimodiere,
Honorable Mr. Lajimodiere,
Mr. Wishart,
Mr. Wishart,
Mr. Peterson,
Mr. Peterson,
Honorable Mr. Johnston Assiniboia,
Honorable Mr. Johnston Assiniboia,
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
Honorable Ms. Gordon,
Honorable Ms. Gordon,
Honorable Mrs. Guillemard,
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Honorable Mr. Johnson Interlake Gimli,
Honorable Mr. Johnson Interlake Gimli,
Honorable Mr. Pinnock,
Honorable Mr. Pinnock,
Honorable Mr. Smith Lajimodiere,
Honorable Mr. Smith Lajimodiere,
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Smoot,
Mr. Smook,
Mr. Khan,
Mr. Khan,
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
Ms. Morley Lecomte,
Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Teitzma,
Mr. Teitzma,
Mr. Schuler,
Mr. Schuler,
and Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Please go ahead.
Order. Order, please. I'm going to ask for everybody to remain silent. This is a difficult enough job for the pages, and it is something where we normally have an expectation that there be no heckling or sounds made while they are making this tremendous effort to do this. I will ask the page then to go ahead with the vote.
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Altamere,
Mr. Altamere,
Mr. Weed,
Mr. Weed,
Ms. Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine,
MLA Asaguara,
MLA Asaguara,
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas,
Mr. Vasily,
Mr. Vasily,
MLA Lindsay,
MLA Lindsay,
Mr. Sala,
Mr. Sala,
MLA Marcelino,
MLA Marcelino,
Ms. Naylor,
Ms. Naylor,
Mr. Lamont,
Mr. Lamont,
Ms. Lamoureux,
Ms. Lamoureux,
Laughlin, Ms. Laughlin,
Ms. Laughlin,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Bushy,
Mr. Bushy,
Mr. Moses,
Mr. Moses,
Mr. Sandu,
Mr. Sandu,
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with "I vote yes" or "I vote no." Would the page please conduct that vote?
Honorable Ms. Clark,
I vote yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes yes.
Mrs. Cox,
I vote yes.
Mrs. Cox votes yes.
Mr. Eichler,
I vote yes.
Mr. Eichler votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Friesen votes yes.
Mr. Eastlifson,
I vote yes.
Mr. Islifson votes yes.
Mr. Lagasse,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lagasse votes yes.
Mr. Mikuleski,
I vote yes.
Mr. Mikuleski votes yes. Yeas 32, nays 20.
The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call for second reading debate Bill number 17, 18, 19, 23, 29, followed by resuming second reading debate on Bill 26.
As agreed to by the House earlier today, the House will be dealing with second reading of government bills that are on the specified track. Limited debates will be taking place in accordance with Rule 2(10), with the exception that after each debate concludes, the Speaker shall put the question on the bill under consideration. For government bills that have not yet had the second reading motion moved, for each bill, the minister responsible will move the second reading motion and then speak for up to 10 minutes. An up to 15-minute question period will be held, followed by the official opposition critic and the independent Liberals getting to speak for up to 10 minutes each. Once these steps have been completed, the question will be put on the second reading motion for that bill. This will happen for bills in the following sequence: Bill 17, 18, 19, 23, 29. Once these bills have been completed, the House will then deal with the resumed debate of Bill 26. For that bill, the independent Liberals will have the opportunity to speak for 10 minutes each. Following this, the question is to be put. The House is to sit until midnight with points of order and matters of privilege to be deferred until all questions have been put. I will now call second reading of Bill 17, the Family Law Act, the Family Support Enforcement Act, and the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, that Bill number 17, the Family Law Act, the Family Support Enforcement Act, the Interjurisdictional Support Support Orders Amendment Act be now read a second time and referred to a committee of this House. His Honor, the Administrator, has been advised of the bill, and I table the message.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Families, that Bill number 17, the Family Law Act, the Family Support Enforcement Act, and the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. His Honour, the Administrator, has been advised of the bill, and the message has been tabled. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Modernizing and improving the justice system in Manitoba continues to be a priority for our government. We believe that this bill is another step forward in our government's commitment to modernize family law in Manitoba as part of the Family Law Modernization Strategy. This bill is important to ensure that there is consistency between the Federal Divorce Act and the legislation that governs separation and other matters related to families in Manitoba. It includes significant enhancements and improvements and brings us into better alignment with other provinces and amendments of the aforementioned Federal Divorce Act. Members of this House might know that when it comes to matters of marriage or divorce, there are different responsibilities that exist with the federal government and with the provincial government. So, for example, when it comes to marriage, the definition of marriage is a responsibility of the federal government, but the solemnization, the actual act of marriage, is a provincial responsibility. In a similar way, there are responsibilities under the Federal Divorce Act that don't exist in the same way under provincial legislation, but it's important to harmonize those issues. The bill will also improve access to justice by including simpler language with less adversarial, modernized terminology, and is organized to make family law more accessible and understandable to Manitobans. It will also fill the gaps in Manitoba law and provide the opportunity for improving procedures for families and interjurisdictional child and spousal support cases, which I know is important to many different families. The bill repeals the Family Maintenance Act and replaces it with a new Family Law Act that governs the rights and duties of family members, and a new Family Support Enforcement Act that governs the enforcement of support obligations by Maintenance Enforcement Program. The bill also amends the Interjurisdictional Supports Act, enhances the procedures under the Act, and streamlines and accessible procedures are extremely important for families who rely on child support and spousal support in these cross-border situations. The Family Maintenance Act, which came into force in 1988, is Manitoba's primary family law statute and has been amended over 30 different times. It is now a patchwork of provisions with outdated language and is difficult for Manitobans to navigate. Madam Speaker, the Family Law Act will be the primary family law statute in Manitoba that will guide families as they restructure and make decisions about matters such as parenting arrangements, child support, and spousal support. The Manitoba Court will also apply this law if required to make a court order relating to these matters in cases other than those in which divorcing or divorced spouses ask the court to make an order under the Federal Divorce Act. With respect to these very important issues for families, the provisions are harmonized with recent amendments to the Federal Divorce Act to the greatest extent possible. Differences between provincial and federal family law legislation create confusion for Manitoba families and can encourage litigation for separating parties who may view one legislative regime as more advantageous to the other. Harmonizing a Manitoba family law with the Federal Divorce Act will help parents to resolve their most important responsibility, the care of their children, with new terminology that emphasizes parental responsibilities, parenting time, and decision-making responsibility in place of outdated language such as custody and access. Consistency in the law with the new terminology and concepts will encourage parents to focus on the best interests of their children, regardless of whether they are married and divorcing, separating without divorcing, or for making a common law relationship or working out parenting time, decision-making responsibilities, or contact with others that are important individuals in a child's life. The bill replaces the terms custody and access with terminology focused on parents' responsibilities for their children. This change in terminology is intended to encourage parents to focus on the needs of their children as ongoing responsibilities and help to reduce conflict by removing the terms that have connotations as winners versus losers and ownership of children. Terms such as sole custody and joint custody are replaced with parenting time and decision-making responsibility. The bill will continue to require the best interests of the child as the only consideration for parenting decisions and to promote the best interests of the child. For example, the bill emphasizes that the court must give effect to the principle that a child should have as much time with each parent as is consistent with the child's best interests and creates a duty for parents to exercise their responsibilities for their children in a manner consistent with the best interests of the child. The bill also includes new provisions to help parents and courts resolve disputes over relocation after separation and divorce. These provisions also are harmonized with the Federal Divorce Act. Those provisions, which are important as disputes between parents about mobility and relocation of children, have been very litigious over the last few years. A parent or a guardian who wishes to relocate a child will be required to give notice of that fact to the other parent. The provisions clearly set out who must give notice, who is entitled to notice, and who is entitled to object. The provisions set out whether the relocating parent or a person objecting to relocation has the burden of proof depending on the child's existing care arrangements. Providing the same clear statutory guidelines under the Divorce Act and Manitoba law will provide greater certainty to help more families resolve these disputes without having to return to court. Schedule B is the Family Support Enforcement Act, which will replace Part 6 of the Family Maintenance Act to create a separate act to deal with support enforcement by maintenance enforcement program. The proposed act continues the substantive provisions of Part 6, modernizes terminology, reorganizes the provisions into clear categories, includes new administrative provisions to reduce the need for parties to make court applications, and provides greater clarity and transparency with respect to certain existing processes. Schedule C is the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act, which amends the Act to enhance the process by which family support orders are obtained, varied and recognized for enforcement in cases between Manitobans and parties in other jurisdictions in Canada and elsewhere. It includes provisions that facilitate the electronic transmission of documents and enables greater use of technology to streamline procedures in interjurisdictional child and spousal support. Madam Speaker, I know that this bill is significant in terms of its volume and its complexity. I recognize that there will be a question and answer period. I look forward to the questions from the members opposite. I would simply say as a caveat before we go to those questions that I am not going to be providing legal advice in certain situations, not that the members would be seeking it, but in general context, sometimes members say, you know, what happens in a situation like this? It is not my role to provide legal advice in this context, but if there are broad questions about the bill, I'm certainly happy to answer those questions, or if I do not have the answers with me here today, as I have in the past, I'll take those questions as notice and report back at the committee stage, as I've done with previous bills, to provide the answers to members at committee. And with that, I look forward to the questions by members opposite.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John's.
This legislation is an attempt to harmonize changes between the Federal Divorce Act, which came into effect on March 1st, 2021. Is there further work to do to bring the federal and provincial statutes more in line with one another?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the member for the question. She's correct. This does bring it in line with the Federal Act. That's important so that there's not choices being made artificially in terms of a party that might be separating but not divorcing, but looking to find an advantageous way to go down a different route. So having the provisions the same is important. It appears from the department's perspective that the work that can be done is done in this bill, but we'll certainly monitor it to see if there's other work that needs to be done as it's implicated and is applied in Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, there can be instances where there is conflict between this act and the CFS Act. For example, there can be a marital dispute, a parenting dispute, and there is an accusation of child abuse. Which act takes priority under that circumstance?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I would need to know the specific details of the situation to have an opinion rendered by officials in terms of which act would take paramountcy. But the member opposite is right. So, for example, when we talk about the ability for a parent to stand in the place or somebody to stand in the place of a parent and to have rights attributed to grandparents or rights attributed to somebody who's standing in the place of a parent. That also exists to some extent under CFS, but I would need to see the exact situation to ask for determination to be made.
The honourable member for St. John's.
This bill changes the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act to explicitly allow the court to receive evidence by phone or Zoom. Is that something that's currently happening right now, or will that be something that's new after the Royal assent to this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So the member is correct that the bill does provide for electronic and other means for evidence to be provided when it comes to support payments from other jurisdictions, and that is both a timeliness issue and sometimes it is difficult to get documents provided from other jurisdictions. And so this is a greater ability to be able to provide that evidentiary basis for support from another jurisdiction to get support to a parent who is in Manitoba in a quicker way.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, in a follow-up to my earlier question, I know that there have been examples where there has been an accusation of child abuse leveled in the middle of a parenting or custody dispute. And one would think that that would take priority, but in fact what I'm told is that ordinarily when there is an accusation of child abuse under those circumstances, that Child and Family Services consider that this is a parenting issue and that they don't get involved, and so they're actually giving de facto priority to this act over the CFS Act. And I've just raised that for further clarification from the Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
As I've done in the past, because I don't want to sort of provide legal advice on the floor, I will seek clarity and provide it to the member when the bill goes to committee.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. In what ways does this bill reduce wait times for court proceedings while ensuring that fair decisions are made in various family disputes?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
So there's some ability, particularly when it comes to issues of maintenance, as opposed to having to go to court and seek a variation of a court order, which is often the only way a court order can be varied. This provides an opportunity where there are former spouses or former partners who can agree to vary a maintenance enforcement order for it to be done without it having to go to court or to allow an arbitrator to enforce orders as opposed to it having to go to court.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, to the Minister, I have observed situations in the past where occasionally the least responsible parent is given sole custody, and sometimes this is on the basis of one parent calling out the other parent for being involved in parental alienation, and that this being an excuse to prevent one parent from getting custody or shared custody. This has happened in the past. I just wondered if the Minister would comment.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I think the member opposite is asking me to comment on decisions that are being made by judges. And there's a reason why these matters are heard before a judge and that evidence can be provided, or sometimes before a master or some other sort of judicial authority. So I'm not going to comment about individual decisions that are made by judges. I do know the Act, again, stresses the best interests of the child. And of course, it would be our expectation that any decision maker would apply that to decisions that they're making.
The honourable member for St. John's.
I do just want to put on the record for the purposes of Hansard and for the member for River Heights, parental alienation has been shown to be debunked. I mean, it's not true, it's not accurate, and it's wholly unfounded. So I just want to throw that out there, but I would ask the Minister, how will this bill make it easier to enforce court decisions in other jurisdictions?
The honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the member for the question. So there's a couple of issues. I mean, one is the ability to get that information from another jurisdiction and then to be able to apply it here in Manitoba. And that's often a big part of the challenge, is to try to find the information and get it into Manitoba. So that ability to provide it in an electronic way or a way that isn't traditionally done through through a physical hard copy, but still ensuring that it's a valid form of documentation will ensure that it's an easier way to enforce interjurisdictional orders.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I thank the MLA for St. John's for speaking about parental alienation being debunked. She's actually absolutely right. The problem is that even as in the last few years, it has been used in the courts to prevent, in this case, a woman from getting access to her child. And I want to and hope that the minister would make a clear statement of this when it comes to committee so that this matter can be clarified.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
If the two members want to argue amongst themselves, I'm happy to step out of the debate and allow them to continue in that way. I've already indicated to the member we can bring forward some of this in committee. His original question, I think, was asking me to weigh in on the decisions that judges have been making, which he would know is not an appropriate thing for the Attorney General, putting on the Attorney General hat of my job, to do. We can have the discussion, and I think that we'll find some common understanding and principle in terms of what he's saying, but I'm not going to use this opportunity to make opinions about decisions that judges have made.
The honourable member for St. John's.
In which ways will this bill give more rights to children?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
There's a few different ways, but one that comes quickly to mind is currently a child. It's not clear if they have the ability to ask for child support themselves, to make an application as a child for child support if there's a parent that's unwilling to make that application for them. So the bill will provide the opportunity for the child themselves to make the application. That brings clarity to the law, which didn't exist before, I understand.
Honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, my question to the minister, it has to do with the ability to change maintenance arrangements or parenting arrangements without necessarily going to court. Will the minister tell us in more detail what specific circumstances it would allow the maintenance and parenting agreements to be made without going to court?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
So it's my understanding that where there is a common agreement between two parents, one who's providing support and one who's receiving support, that the amount should be varied. This doesn't deal with arrears. If there are arrears, I believe that would still have to go to court, but where there's a common understanding between the two parents that they want to see the amount varied for whatever reason that might be, that can find a way to be done outside of the court. And so it's a much speedier process where there's a common agreement between the parties.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the current circumstances where there is shared 50-50 custody, that there may be some maintenance support, but often there's not maintenance support because both parents are actively parenting. But if a parent only has a child for 2 days a week or less than 40% over a year, then there is a requirement to pay full maintenance payments. And because that person also has various other expenses in looking after the child for 2 days a week, it almost feels like a person is paying double maintenance. Would the minister consider changing the regulations so that there would be a graduated
The honourable member's time
scale?
has expired. The honourable Minister of Justice.
You know, we can have, if there's further suggestions the member has and wants to bring forward to committee, whether it's regulatory or from a legislative perspective, we can have that discussion. Again, the legislation permits parties to enter into an agreement to change a court order of supports, making choices, and it can enable them to then avoid further involvement in the court system. So it allows people to make consent changes about the amount being enforced by maintenance enforcement where there is consent between the two parties.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up a situation to the minister and get his view on this. In one recent case, one parent was providing maintenance or payments, and the other parent was covering the childcare costs in a childcare and early education facility. And the payment from parent A to parent B to cover those costs, parent A was not given a receipt for, and therefore parent A was charged double, had to pay the regular maintenance fee.
The member's
plus
time has
this.
expired. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm not sure if the member is seeking legal advice. If he is, I can refer him to many good family lawyers. And
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
One of the things that has come up is a situation in terms of maintenance payments. There's been quite some changes in this bill, but it seems to me that it would be smart to have a larger review of maintenance payments and how it's approached. Would the minister be interested in pursuing this?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I don't think it's a bad idea to ever look at reviews on how systems are working. I mean, this already moves maintenance enforcement into a separate act with understanding that it's different than some of the basic family law portions. And so I'm not closed-minded to ever reviewing. If the member has specific examples, and he may have been trying to refer to one before, where he doesn't believe maintenance enforcement is working well, absolutely, I'm always willing to review that with him and department officials.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I thank the minister for that, and I will communicate back to others who are interested in having such a review and feel that there are some inequities in the way that the maintenance system is working at the moment. That's not to say that there aren't some really good aspects of the maintenance program in Manitoba, including the interjurisdictional agreements. Maybe the minister can comment on the interjurisdictional agreements which cover other countries as well as other provinces.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the member for the question. I do believe there's been great work done, and I'll credit former governments for this as well, and former ministers of justice, to ensure that there are agreements between other countries and other jurisdictions on maintenance enforcement. I know that there are other countries that are not covered. The Hague Convention on Children, I think from 2008, would include other countries. I know that other provinces are looking at adopting the Hague Convention recommendations and to have other countries included, and Manitoba is looking at the same thing.
Seeing no further questions, the Honourable Member for St. John's.
Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to put on a couple of words in respect to Bill 17, the Family Law Act, the Family Support Enforcement Act, and the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act. I don't think anybody would disagree that it's really important that, the legislation that administers particularly family law should keep up and should modernize. I think all of us on this in this chamber would agree that that's important to continue the modernization of those laws that particularly impact on children. And so we will be supporting Bill 17 today. I think that any time we can align both federal and provincial statutes is important to do, and we have that. We have to be doing that. So I just want to say a couple of things, and I do want to just kind of touch on some of the points that the member for River Heights was trying to make in his questions. I don't think that anybody would argue that the child maintenance program here in Manitoba can do better. I know that I receive calls from Manitobans, and they do what they can with the parameters of which they operate. We know that, right? This isn't a commentary or a critique of the folks that are working in that program and doing really important work, including trying to find people, right? Like, a lot of the work is like investigative. They're trying to actually find parents who don't want to be found, who don't want to pay child maintenance payments. And so, you know, this is not a critique on the individuals that work in the child maintenance program. They're good individuals, they do good work, they do important work. But I think, like, alongside some of the bills that we've seen or yet to see, I know that we've discussed maybe there's a bill coming that brings Manitoba more in line with the 2007 Hague Convention. I think that's great. Anytime we can kind of modernize and ensure that those are all in line with one another is a good thing. But I do think that here in Manitoba, we have to look at the child maintenance program. I receive many calls since I got elected in 2016 in respect of, like, gaps that parents will fall through. Particularly, and again, going back to this, you know, not being able to find a particular parent. And, you know, I talk from experience, having gone through that system as well with my youngest son. And it's, you know, it's not an easy process to go through when, you know, for some parents, they're very reliant on those dollars that are court ordered to be able to raise their little human being or little human beings, and being able to give them everything that they should be able to give them and every opportunity that they should. And often we know that individuals don't want to pay the money that the court has ordered for them to pay and will make up all kinds of excuses. And so I think that we need to do a little bit more work here in Manitoba at strengthening that child maintenance system, because again, you know, every system that doesn't operate to the fullest potential actually is detrimental to children and children's rights. And I know that this bill is trying to ensure that we're kind of pushing the boundaries of children's rights. And I agree that I think it's really important that a child, and I believe the age was 16, I could be wrong there, but a child could apply for child support. I actually think that that's quite good. For whatever reasons, we don't know the particulars of families and why a particular parent wouldn't apply for child maintenance. But to be able to give that legal authority to a child to be able to apply for child support, I think is actually quite good. And so there's no argument on this side about strengthening those systems. And then, you know, this bill also expands access to child and spouses support by making it, the bill also places an explicit duty on families to try and resolve divorce matters through family dispute resolution processes. I think that that is really important, that we provide that infrastructure to have those, you know, structures or that case conferencing to allow people that are divorcing to come together and hopefully do what's in the best interest of children and not have it so difficult as it often is and has historically been. And then while the rights of the child are not mentioned in this bill, it does place the emphasis on the best interests of the child. Parents having a clear legal rights and responsibilities is critical to a child's life. Last year's amendments to the Manitoba Family Maintenance Act clarified the legal definition of a parentage for a child who is conceived through assisted reproduction with or without surrogacy. And the PCs made this, the members opposite made this change after the ruling by the courts. Madam Speaker, I will just keep my comments very short on this bill, because I said we are in support of this bill. We are in support of modernizing that infrastructure, those legal frameworks that would put the best interest of children first and would ensure that there are again, mechanisms whereby you can have the best possible outcome and processes going through a divorce and looking at child custody and all of the support maintenance. And with that, I close my comments.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, several comments on Bill 17. In general, this bill is an improvement over previous legislation, and we will support it. In part, it replaces the concepts of custody and access respecting children with the concept of parenting arrangements, parenting time, and decision-making responsibility. I think the move to have more decisions are resolved without the courts is a good one. But clearly, where there is disputes, it is still going to have to go to courts, although maybe we can have mediators who are better able to get parents working together, but that we shall see. I think it's too bad that with the major changes being made here, there wasn't more time to debate and to discuss this bill here. It should have been discussed, in my view, earlier on instead of having it debated at the deadline with very limited times. I welcome the comments from the MLA for St. John's, which I interpret as being in support of a review of the maintenance payment system, because there continue to be issues which come up on a regular basis, and I think not to be critical of the individuals in the system who are doing their very best, and not recognize that there are some very positive aspects of the system, that I think there's aspects and areas where we can in fact do better. One comment on the issues of the best interests of the child. In the experience that I have had over a number of years, one factor which is often not adequately considered in the best interest of the child or in this revised legislation is breastfeeding of the child by the mother. It's well established that breastfeeding a child in most instances is better for the child physically and mentally, psychologically, and for the mother than alternative feeding approaches to the child. And yet, repeatedly in the past, breastfeeding has not been adequately considered in decision-making because the current and proposed law consider the child's needs, but most time what is considered is the need for food, not the desire for breastfeeding, where the mother desires to breastfeed. The need for breastfeeding, I suggest, needs to be added specifically with respect to the court, considering the need for the mother to be able to breastfeed the child when the mother so wishes. This could put some constraints on possible parenting arrangements for the first few months of life, but it certainly would recognize the fact that breastfeeding can make a very important contribution to the whole life of the child. This legislation deals with family parenting arrangements and some issues now with child and family services like apprehension are separate, but there is an overlap, and I raised this briefly in the situation in the question period, and look forward to comments from the minister at the committee stage. I think it's important to point out that no situation, no family is perfect. Apprehension of a child by Child and Family Services and the transfer of custody from the birth family has risks, just as leaving a child with the birth family has risks, and that the best interests of the child means providing the best option for a child in an imperfect world. The decision to award all parenting in the past, at least, to one parent has certainly occurred in a number of instances. There is increasing recognition of the importance of having both parents involved in the life of a child, and I believe there is a special duty of the court with respect to situations where one parent is given all or almost all parenting responsibilities. I have seen one parent being given sole or almost all responsibilities. Sometimes this has happened where a parent who drinks alcohol excessively and is an alcoholic, even if not so diagnosed formally, is given the sole parenting responsibility, sometimes because the parent who drinks excessively is the better talker and persuader in the whole courtroom. It has also happened, in my experience in the past, where one parent is given sole responsibility, where a parent A, who is an abuser, is given the sole parenting. And this has happened because the alternative parent is said to be using parental alienation or other problematic actions, and this has been an excuse for the parent A to become sole custody. Now, Child and Family Services routinely don't get involved where there's a child custody or a parenting conflict case, even if there's a charge by one parent about the other parent being abusive, because they seem to be concerned, talk during question period about maintenance support, and I have put forward my view, and the minister has showed some receptivity to that there is a need for a greater review, a larger review of the maintenance support approach. I mentioned as an example a person having 2 days a week custody, making significant financial expenditures to enable to have the child 2 days a week, including a larger apartment where there's room for the child to sleep, expenses for transportation, for toys, other items for the child. And I'm informed that if this person is paying full maintenance plus all the necessary costs of looking after a child 2 days a week, that person sometimes feel like they're paying twice. This could be looked at in terms of maintenance and maybe in the way of looking at parenting instead of custody, that there may be better resolution of this. We will see. There are circumstances in the past where parent A and parent B, as examples, have been in dispute about payments for childcare, where one payment is receiving maintenance support and paying for childcare. The parent receiving maintenance support may have an income which puts them over the threshold for getting the subsidy for child support. And if that happens, then in one case in which I was trying to help a parent, they in fact were not allowed to get a receipt for their maintenance payments because it would be detrimental to the other parent in that the child care would no longer be subsidized. I think there's a lot of other aspects of the Indian system which could and should be reviewed, and I hope that this will be an opportunity to do that in the near future. Thank you.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 17, the Family Law Act, the Family Support Enforcement Act, and the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to second reading of Bill 18, the Legislative Security Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 18, the Legislative Security Amendment Act, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of this House. His Honor, the Administrator has been advised of the bill, and I table the message.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 18, the Legislative Security Amendment Act, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. His Honour, the Administrator, has been advised of the bill and the message has been tabled. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many provincial legislatures across Canada have been enhancing their security through things such as controlled access points, state-of-the-art security cameras, and in some cases armed presence capable of responding to violent incidences. While the previous government, I know, had some concerns about this approach, I think we all know that the world is changing, and in some ways that's unfortunate. We have here now in the Manitoba Legislature developed controlled access points with metal detectors, preventing unlawful access to the building. We've enhanced security for guests to the Legislative Chamber. We've established protocols with the Winnipeg Police Service to ensure that we can appropriately respond to violent threats to the seat of our democracy here in Manitoba. And we've made real progress, I think, in educating MLAs and staff about the common sense security protocols that are necessary. I also want to acknowledge the good work that's been done by the Speaker's office over the last several years in coordination with the Clerk's office and the Sergeant at Arms here in the Legislature. Members will know that security in this building is complex, and it's sometimes complex because it's a shared responsibility, but that's important that it's a shared responsibility. The chamber itself is the purview and the responsibility of the Speaker, as well as the committee rooms, I believe the gift shop in the building, and yet the precinct and the remainder of the building has different jurisdiction. The Department of Justice has protective services employees who provide protection on the ground. So it is a complex building in many ways, and is complex in terms of how security is provided. This bill will build upon some of the work that's been done before. That's important. It's also important to know that this bill is not about prohibiting protests. The Manitoba Legislature, as the seat of democracy in Manitoba, is an appropriate place for protests to happen. Let me repeat that. It is an appropriate place for protests to happen. That is a part of our democracy. People should be able to come to the legislature and have a peaceful protest about something that they don't feel is right that's happening here in the legislature or sometimes around the world. We've had protests regarding the unjust and unjustifiable war in Ukraine, and those have happened here, even though the actions, of course, are not emanated here in the legislature. But we do support peaceful protests here in the legislature. However, not all protests are peaceful, and there does need to be an ability to respond, Madam Speaker. We need a clear command structure, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry. We need a clear command structure and enhanced authorities for legislative security officers who are dealing with volatile situations. This bill will establish the Chief Legislative Security Officer as the single point of contact for all security operations of the legislative precinct. They will receive policy direction from the Speaker and the Minister of Justice, so there's that shared responsibility again. And the Chief Legislative Security Officer has the authority to hire and direct all legislative security officers. And of course, in coordination with receiving policy direction from the Speaker and the Minister of Justice. The bill also provides legislative security officers with the authority to evict individuals who are engaged in unlawful activities on the legislative precinct. Again, if there is something beyond a peaceful protest, that ability has to happen. And when MLAs and government officials are faced with threats to their constituency offices or in the community, our legislative security officers must be empowered to provide protection outside of this building as well. It also grants government new authorities to ensure that certain activities such as prolonged encampments and blockades that impede the access to the legislature or disrupt its operations, that there can be actions taken against those as well. And the bill provides the government the right to establish regulations to give legislative security officers the equipment they need to better protect our democracy. Now, I just want to conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by saying this. There are some that will look at this bill, and I think I made it as clear as possible. This is not about stopping protests. Peaceful protests are a welcome part of our democracy, and they're welcome here at the Manitoba Legislature as well. And it's also not specifically about MLAs, although I know that a large part of this talks about MLAs, but the 57 of us who are here in the building are not the only ones who work in this building. This is a unique building in legislatures across Canada where we have the executive branch and the legislative branch all in one building. We have deputy ministers, we have a lot of other government officials who work in this building. So unlike some other legislatures, other provinces where staff are spread out around the precinct but aren't primarily located in the building, the majority of our staff, our political staff and otherwise, are in this building, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And while MLAs are here for certain times of the year, they're here all the time. And we owe a responsibility to protect them in this building because it can be, by what it represents, a target. We know that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We know that those who tour this building, and we're looking forward to tours resuming here again, school children who come to the building, who come to the gallery, others who come from other parts of Canada or other parts of the world who tour this building, they deserve to feel safe as well. We owe them a responsibility to have a system that ensures that we can keep them as safe as possible, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So it is not simply about MLAs. It is about anyone who accesses, works in this building. They deserve to be safe and protected in this building. And I'll close with this. Members will remember in 2014 when an armed assailant murdered Nathan Cirillo, a Canadian Armed Forces member standing on guard over the tomb of the unknown soldier in Ottawa. And then that same assailant stormed into Canada's Parliament and opened fire on innocent Canadians. And he was subdued because of the heroic actions of the veteran Sergeant at Arms, Kevin Vickers, and the RCMP officers who responded to the scene. It's their bravery that ensured that there was not more losses of life. But Parliament was targeted, no doubt, because it was the seat of political power. But it's not a politician who was ultimately killed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's not a politician who ultimately paid that price of losing their life. And in this building, there are many other people who come here to visit or to work who are not politicians. And we owe a responsibility to everyone in this place and the precinct to ensure that it is safe for people to work in and to visit. And while we all wish we lived in a world where these sorts of measures were not necessary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is not the world that we currently live in. And so we simply have to ensure that we have reasonable and responsible and balanced measures to ensure that the democracy can take place in this building, that people can come and express their concerns about decisions that are made in this building as a part of democracy, but that they can all be done in a peaceful way and where people who visit, work, and otherwise come to this building are protected. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I look forward to the questions from members opposite.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John.
How will Cabinet decide which activities will be prohibited?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there'll be policy consultations between the Speaker's office. There's going to be consultation with the Minister of Justice, whoever that is, at the time, and those are the ways that policies will be crafted and the way that actions will be directed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This has always been a shared responsibility. There ultimately has to be somebody who's responsible for enacting those responsibilities, but they'll continue to be in terms of consultation and shared responsibility.
The honourable member for River Heights.
To the minister, I would have presumed that the activities which were prohibited would have been discussed at LAMC or a legislative committee before there be changes made. The Legislative Assembly Management Committee has some fairly broad responsibility for looking after things within the legislature, and I would hope that these sorts of things would come to LAMC. I have a question for the minister specifically about the chief legislative officer's responsibility. What's the mechanism?
The member's time has
ensuring...
expired. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I remind the member opposite, of course, and he wasn't divulging, I don't think, any secrets when it comes to LAMC in his question, but it is a committee that works in camera for a variety of different reasons, but he will know, as the member who has sat on LAMC for many years, that issues of security have been discussed at LAMC. There's been lots of discussions, but not always a lot of action. But and there will be matters discussed at LAMC, I'm sure, again in the future that relate to security. This is about taking necessary action to protect those who come and visit and work in this building.
The honourable member for St. John's.
How will Cabinet balance security considerations with the right for peacefully protesting?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
In consultation with the Speaker and in consultation with others who have jurisdiction on security, it has been made clear already that the right to peaceful protest is important and will be protected here in the legislature. We've said that over and over again. That is different than a protest that is not peaceful. That is different than a protest that is intended to stay here for a very great deals of time, that prohibit the ability for members to access the building or otherwise provide or present a threat. But this is, and I've said this publicly, this is the right place for a peaceful protest to happen.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, on terms of the chief officer who will be responsible for security, what is the mechanism for ensuring that the officer will have adequate funding to be able to carry out the security functions that he's charged with?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
These are matters when it comes to security in the legislature generally, which are funded through the Department of Justice when it comes to protective services, as well this particular function or the position that the member references. There are some shared responsibilities that exist within the legislature, and then central services. The former Department of Central Services also has responsibility for the grounds more generally, but in terms of the position the member references, that is housed in the Department of Justice.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Who will enforce the orders of Cabinet?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So I want to, again, because I know the member's on a certain track here in terms of Cabinet making these decisions. Again, it's already been stated, these will be under the policy directions of not only the Department of Justice, but by the Speaker as well, because there is shared responsibility. And I know the narrative that she's trying to put forward, but it's not, it might be purposeful on her part to put forward that narrative, but it's not actually the right narrative. There was shared responsibility before, and there'll continue to be shared responsibility.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question for the Minister. This legislation provides for legislative security officers being authorized to provide security services outside the legislative precinct to members of the Legislative Assembly and government officials. I think this is a positive development, but I would ask the Minister, what are the limits on providing that services? It's unlikely to be an unlimited service.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I don't think it'll be unlimited, and I don't know that I can give him a clear, definition, because there are so many situations that arise, and I've heard from members in this chamber of situations, and I won't divulge any of them, but that have come up where members have felt unsafe and they wanted to have security either outside of the building or at events that they were at or in their constituency offices. This will allow that to happen. Now, I recognize members at some points all ask for additional security when they think that they need it, but then sometimes they're challenged to vote for the actual provisions that allow it. This is important to allow those services that members have asked for at different times for their own personal protection, or in some cases the protection of their family.
The Honourable Minister's time has expired. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Bill 18 proposes the ability for Cabinet to prescribe additional training for security. What additional training does the Minister envision?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The Chief Legislative Security Officer will make those determinations as they do now with protective services, not that position, but Justice makes the determination what sort of training is required, while they will, of course, determine what that prescribed training is based on an assessment of the needs of those who visit and work in this building Obviously, even if I had all of the details about what the training would be, I wouldn't get into those sort of operational details because it's not prudent to talk about the type of things that people are prepared to respond to in the public.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yes, as the member is very much aware, we had a truckers convoy rally at the Legislature. One of the things that was quite unique to that, in my experience, was that a number of MLAs felt very intimidated by these large machines and by the approach that was taken at the rally. I asked the minister, have there been any lessons learned from the truckers rally that can be applied to future rallies and decisions?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The blockades that existed both at the Legislature and at the border were on roads, and so there was legislation that could be applied to enforce, to not have those blockades on the roads or on the highways. Of course, I do not have the operational authority to direct the police in terms of how to do their job, but I do appreciate the fact that the police were able to clear up those blockades both at the border and outside the Legislature without the needs of the Emergencies Act, for example, and they did it in a peaceful way.
The honourable member for St. John's.
What oversight measures will be in place to review Cabinet's decisions on security changes here at the Ledge?
The honourable Minister of Justice.
Again, there'll be shared direction and responsibility from the Speaker's office and from the Department of Justice in a similar way. Currently, there is a memorandum of understanding and there are committees that are formed to ensure that there's an understanding of what's happening on security. I would propose that those sorts of activities continue, that there can continue to be those committees, that there should be that sort of understanding of what's happening between the various parts of government and the Speaker's office and the Clerk's office. This is about ensuring there's a clear line of accountability, but still shared responsibility.
The honourable member for River Heights.
I wonder if, just to help us understand what the prohibitions will be, the prohibitions of activities by regulation, can the minister give us some examples of activities that would be prohibited?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I would not to prescribe what they will all be, but obviously because that'll be determined by a process. But I would expect that activities that could cause harm to others that could prevent others from accessing the building, activities that could be intimidating to others who are coming to the building. Of course, those that are threatening to those who come to the building would be a small list of those, I suppose, that could be prohibited. But this building will always, or I will always, and I think others always will, encourage peaceful protests to happen at the Legislature. They shouldn't happen at hospitals. They shouldn't happen at schools. They should happen at places like the Manitoba Legislature.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Who did the minister consult with on the drafting of this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
There's been significant discussions, of course, within the Department of Justice. There's been many discussions over the years when it comes to security and how it could be better aligned with the Speaker's office. There have been reports that have been written. There have been discussions at LAMC. So over many years, there have been reports and opinions provided, and including members who've come to me and others who've been concerned about their personal security, who've also provided advice in terms of what they were concerned about.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yes, to the minister, I've dealt with quite a number of people who have autism on the Asperger scale, and sometimes these individuals can appear to be obnoxious or intimidating and of concern, but they can be helped to understand what's happening if they're dealt with by people who have expertise in dealing with people who are neurodiverse. What is the plan in terms of security to work with people who are neurodiverse,
who have, for example, autism, Asperger's type?
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
I'm not aware of situations where somebody has sort of been misidentified at the legislature as being aggressive for reasons that were other than them being purposely aggressive, but I do take the point, and I think it's a valid point, and it's one I'll make note of, and when this individual is hired as the Chief Legislative Security Officer, it's something that I will raise with them in terms of the possibility for training.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Who is currently allowed to carry a firearm at the legislature? And what additional officials does the government intend to arm?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The member might know either from public discourse or from just seeing the individual that there are Winnipeg Police Services personnel who we have an arrangement with who are present in the building. They, of course, by virtue of having peace officer status, are able to carry firearms, and I wouldn't go further into identifying individuals or future plans at this point for operational and security reasons.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Thank you. Quick follow-up on my last one. I'm aware of an individual who has Asperger's who was misidentified by MLAs within the legislature as somebody who was terrible, potentially dangerous, and so on. So, I mean, it does clearly happen. My last question has to do with, you know, people nowadays are finding on social media that there are comments that are there which are you know, premonition of problems. Will there be a monitoring of social media looking for potential problems coming up at the legislature?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
That monitoring already happens through officials in the Department of Justice as they do security assessments on a regular basis. If the member opposite has details he wants to share privately on the issue he raised previously about an individual being misidentified, I'm happy to bring that up in a confidential way with officials as well.
Are there any further questions? Seeing no further questions, the floor is open for debate. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker.
Before and after?
Don't worry about it. So, Deputy Speaker, let me just start by saying I agree with the Minister that things have shifted in the last couple of years, and particularly during COVID. We've seen citizens' level of frustration, you know, warranted or not, grow exponentially throughout COVID. And that has created an environment whereby, you know, some of us have been targeted by folks, by citizens, and, you know, have been put a little bit more at risk than we typically have been prior to COVID. And certainly I agree with the Minister in respect of what happened in Ottawa. We know that that occurred. We know that it could have been a lot worse had it not been for the Sergeant in Arms' quick actions. So I don't disagree with the Minister that there are additional added security concerns. And I know because I've gone through them myself here at the Ledge. The problem with this bill for many of us on this side is when we talk about you know, peaceful protests. Who defines what a peaceful protest is? You know, the Minister repeatedly got up to talk about that it is the Speaker's office and the Minister of Justice's office that will determine the criteria by which activities will be allowed on the legislative grounds. And that will be born through their own analytical lens. what they see to be a peaceful protest and what they deem not to be a peaceful protest. So therein lies the conflict with this bill. My definition of a peaceful protest may be very different than the minister's definition of a peaceful protest. Manitoban's definition of a peaceful protest may be very different than what the minister's definition of a peaceful protest may be. And a really good example of that is this illegal blockade that we had here in front of the legislature for 3 weeks.
Gunter was there.
Which, again, I want to remind folks, was started by two well-known, celebrated, unapologetic white nationalists, and allowed to spread that hate and that misinformation and that drive for white supremacy across the country. And for what? Under the guise of not being able, wanting not to wear masks or not taking vaccines. And what we saw in that 3 weeks, downtown citizens, get harassed, physically, verbally harassed, sexually harassed in some instances. And while I agree with the minister that it took place on the road and that the legislative security doesn't have jurisdiction on that, I get that. But the problem becomes when you have members of your own caucus that actually support and go and visit and have coffee and then actually publicly talk about how they're supporting white nationalists that are blockading the border that cost us billions of dollars for taxpayer dollars. And so, and we've said this in many, many instances, we don't believe members opposite when they talk about, the work that they are supposedly doing in healthcare or they supposedly want to do in healthcare. We don't believe members opposite when they talk about, the work that they want to or supposedly are doing in education. And in this instant, I have a very, very hard time believing that members opposite are going to put criteria in that is reflective of what Manitobans view as peaceful protests. It's problematic that the only two departments or agencies that are going to be doing this is the Speaker's office and the Department of Justice. Again, we've seen already, I've been working in this building since 2011. And I've seen so much changes to this building. And in the last 2 years, what are some of the changes that we've saw? We've seen now barriers everywhere, barriers throughout the whole building. We have a police officer, a Winnipeg Police Service officer, who's now stationed at the front doors. I don't know why. I don't know why we have a Winnipeg police officer stationed at the front door, why taxpayers' dollars are paying for this individual to sit in the corner at security. We now have, everywhere you go, you have to go through these metal detectors, and people have to, give all their IDs, all of this, practically giving their firstborn to be able to come into the people's house. This is the people's house. This building, this beautiful building, belongs to Manitobans. And yet, in the last 2 years, this government has put so many obstacles, and it's like a paramilitary space now that we operate within. We've got police, we've got new uniforms for security who are doing good jobs. They're doing the best that they can do with the orders that they're given. And let me just be very, very clear, because I know that members opposite tried to misconstrue some of the things that I was saying. I know that we've got great security that work at the Ledge. All of us come in every day, they greet us, they're happy, they help us. Today, I couldn't park, they were helping me figure out where I can park my car. They're great. So it's not that. We know that the head of security, Nicole, is wonderful. I have a great working relationship with her. I have an enormous amount of respect for what she does. She does, you know, again, within the parameters of what her job is and what the criteria by which they put in place, she actually does a really good job. When there are people, she knows that there's going to be a rally on this or a protest on that, she does a phenomenal job. So I have no complaints on any of that. The complaints come and the concern comes, Deputy Speaker, when we have only 2 entities that will be deciding what is a peaceful protest. And then what are the consequences of that? And, you know, the minister said in his comments, you know, is it a peaceful protest if you stay too long? Well, who are we to decide what constitutes staying too long on the people's grounds? This building doesn't belong to us just because we're elected in here. And I also agree with the minister. We know that there are so many people that work in this building and ought to be safe as well. But we ought not create a system to get into this building where it doesn't feel comfortable anymore. It's not comfortable to come in here. You feel like you're almost like doing something wrong to come into this building. I remember, and I'm sure most members that were elected, you know, previous to this will remember when we had schools coming in and we had people walking around and people doing tours. It was a place that people could come to feel pride, to learn about our history, to learn about the beautiful architecture in this building. And now it's just become a fortress. And it's become a fortress by individuals that I would suggest and submit to the House that are bent ideologically to a different way, on a more far right. So, you know, let me just say in the last 50 seconds that I have, you can't say that you're in support of peaceful protests when no one, including the premier of this province, spoke out against the illegal blockaders, the white nationalists that were in front of our grounds. Not once did anybody speak out. Not once from any member of the PC caucus spoke out to tell these people to go home and leave residents from that area alone, unharassed, let them get on with their life. Nobody spoke on that. But now we have a bill before the House that is going to talk about what's allowed, what's a peaceful protest, by only 2 entities, the Department of Justice and the Speaker's office. That's problematic, Deputy Speaker, and we will not be supporting this bill.
The honourable member for River Heights.
There is clearly a need for a chief legislative security officer to make sure that the security in the building and the security of MLAs outside the building is there. There is at the same time a really important need to balance the openness of the legislature, the fact that it is welcoming to Manitobans with the need for security. In the time that I've been here, going back to the moment when aircraft flew into the World Trade Center, there has been a steady and gradual shift to more and more security here in the building. In the case after the World Trade Center attack, there was an all-party group that met regularly to deal with security issues. There hasn't been such an all-party group, committee, a task force dealing with the changes now. And I think that there needs to be, in the discussion of what is to be a restricted activity, how we make this building welcoming and secure at the same time, there needs to be regular all-party input. And I would urge the minister to consider this very seriously, because I think unless we have all parties buying in and contributing to decisions about how we make the legislature secure and open at the same time, that we risk losing some of the welcoming spirit that we need to have to welcome Manitobans to come here and be part of what happens in this building. It's true that in the last 2 years there has been an edginess of people in relationship to the COVID pandemic and some of the public health measures that have been taken, and that we're seeing time in some ways a little bit similar to what happened with the attack on the World Trade Center, a shifting in viewpoints in terms of what's needed in terms of security. There is a view, and it's been discussed elsewhere and brought here as part of this bill. There are now and will be measures to provide security to MLAs outside of the legislature where it is needed. Exactly where it is needed will presumably depend on the experience over time with what is happening, the issues that are brought forward by MLAs. This security outside the legislature clearly is not going to be unlimited, and so there is much that yet has to be defined and worked with and based on experience as we move forward. The truckers' rally, as I talked on earlier, was different from other rallies or protests at the Manitoba legislature. It was different, not only in that some MLAs felt very intimidated by what was happening, but it was also very different, as the minister himself has mentioned, that the truckers were in fact breaking the laws of the road, the laws of the highway, the rules of the road, that it was left to police to make decisions about what they should do when laws are being broken. We honestly don't know to what extent the Premier and other cabinet ministers had any input into what was happening. There is not, as it were, a provincial police force, but certainly this situation of individuals breaking the law and being part of a rally or protest at the legislature is something that needs more discussion and more attention moving forward and a clearer decision-making in terms of what should happen. I would hope that the Minister of Justice will engage in some of this work, which is really important and which needs to be done as we prepare for whatever happens in the future. I have brought up the case of individuals with autism and on the Asperger's spectrum in particular. These are individuals who are very bright, but they are not as socially adept, and they can be quite easily mistaken for people who could be causing difficulties. So I think that increasingly the work of police forces, it is being recognized that you need, as part of security efforts, the ability to manage, talk to, interact with, work with in a positive way individuals who may have autism or Tourette syndrome or other conditions where they may appear to be disruptive, but in fact are just part of a spectrum of neurodiversity, and we need to be better able to manage situations where we have interactions with such individuals so that we can create a positive environment for an accepting environment for people with diverse brain conditions. And that is something that I think is going to be increasingly important in the years ahead. We know that autism has become more common, more recognized in the last 2 decades than it was previously, and we will need to be dealing with this problem more and more, I suspect. The issue of monitoring social media becomes important. It is not necessarily easy to make sure that the useful scanning and useful information is found. It can seem to be something which is very simple to do, but there have been a number of occasions where when people looked back after a problem arose, that they could see that there was a lead up of mentions on social media before the event occurred. And I am sure that there is yet much to be learned in this area so that we can better predict what's happening and better understand and be ready for things which may happen. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wanted to put those few comments on the record and look forward to further discussion as this goes to committee stage and moves on from there.
Question before the House is second reading of Bill number 18, the Legislative Security Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The honourable member for Concordia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A recorded vote.
A recorded vote being called, call in the members.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 18, the Legislative Security Amendment Act. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Oh, sorry.
Honorable Mr. Gertson,
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Reyes,
Honorable Mr. Reyes.
Honorable Mr. Cullen,
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Iwasco,
Honorable Mr. Iwasco.
Honorable Ms. Squires,
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Mr. Lajmodiere,
Honorable Mr. Lajmodiere.
Honorable Mr. Wishart,
Mr. Wishart.
Mr. Peterson,
Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Assiniboia,
Honorable Mr. Johnston, Assiniboia.
Honorable Mr. Helwer,
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
Honorable Ms. Gordon,
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard,
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mr. Wharton,
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli,
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mr. Panouk,
Honorable Mr. Panouk.
Honorable Mr. Smith, Lajmodiere,
Honorable Mr. Smith, Lajmodiere.
Ms. Lamoureux, Mr. Mickle,
Wait, please. Ms. Lamoureux.
Mr. Micklefield,
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Smook,
Mr. Smook.
Mr. Khan,
Mr. Khan.
Miss Morley Lecomte,
Ms. Morley Lecomte.
Mr. Peterson, or Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Teitzma,
Mr. Teitzma.
Mr. Schuler,
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Ginter,
Mr. Ginter.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Canoe,
Mr. Canoe.
Mr. Altamare,
Mr. Altamare.
Mr. Weeb,
Mr. Weeb.
Miss Fontaine,
Ms. Fontaine.
MLA Azaguara,
MLA Azaguara.
Mrs. Smith, Point Douglas,
Mrs. Smith, Point Douglas.
Mr. Vasiliv,
Mr. Vasiliv.
MLA Lindsay,
MLA Lindsay.
Mr. Sala,
Mr. Sala.
MLA Marcelino,
MLA Marcelino.
Ms. Naylor,
Ms. Naylor.
Ms. Laughlin,
Ms. Laughlin.
Mr. Malloway,
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Bushy,
Mr. Bushy.
Mr. Moses,
Mr. Moses.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with "I vote yes" or "I vote no." And I would ask the members participating virtually, it would be very helpful if all members would wear their headsets. Would the page please conduct that vote?
Mrs. Cox,
Mrs. Cox.
Mr.
I vote yes.
Mrs. Cox votes yes.
Mr. Eichler,
I vote yes.
Mr. Eichler votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Friesen,
He's not there. He's
Okay.
not present.
Mr. Isleifson,
I vote yes.
Mr. Isleifson votes yes.
Mr. Lagacé,
I vote yes.
Mr. Lagasse votes yes.
Mr. Michaeleski,
I vote yes.
Mr. Michaeleski votes yes. Yeas 31, nays 17.
I declare the motion accordingly passed. We will now move to second reading of Bill 19, the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, the Bill number 19, the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of this House.
It has been moved by the Honorable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Health, that Bill number 19, the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act. The bill contains small but important amendments. The changes will better enable legal representatives and
Order.
better enable legal representatives and financial institutions to respect and fulfill the testamentary intentions of individuals who become incapacitated. They'll also support and improve access to e-commerce services for Manitobans. I was surprised to learn of some of the barriers that exist for those who are acting in the best interests of incapacitated persons as a designated decision maker. Take the example of an incapacitated person who has a tax-free savings account or a retirement savings plan or a retirement income fund and has a designated beneficiary. If the representative of the incapacitated person renews, replaces, or converts that investment, the subsequent fund is considered a new plan and the beneficiary designation is not carried forward. It is lost. These amendments will enable the representative to designate a beneficiary if the new plan is similar to the current plan and the beneficiary in the new plan is the same person designated on the current plan. So it fulfills the will of the individual who made the designation before they became incapacitated. So right now, a person may set up a long-term savings account such as a TFSA, retirement, a RIF, or an RSP, a retirement savings plan, electronically. However, if that person then wants to designate a beneficiary, it appears they cannot make the designation electronically. They must do so by signing a paper form. This can be inconvenient, particularly for those who live in remote or northern areas where travel is required. So there are two changes. One is to allow the designation, the beneficiary, to be carried over into a new plan where they're incapacitated, and now also to allow for a designation to be made electronically. All designations must be made by an instrument signed by the participant. Moving forward, we intend to enable the use of e-signatures so that when Manitobans set up their long-term savings accounts electronically, they will have the option of designating their beneficiaries electronically. Provisions in this bill will be designated under the Manitoba Electronic Commerce and Information Act as a law for which an electronic document satisfies the requirement for a signed instrument. In making these changes, Manitoba will align itself with other provinces, including British Columbia and Alberta. Recognizing that e-transactions can be more vulnerable to fraud and identity theft, and that designating a beneficiary is like making a gift through a will, amendments in this bill will require the financial institution to verify the identity of the person making a designation, and if the person is a proxy, the authority of the proxy must be verified. For example, a committee would need to provide a copy of the court order appointing them. All of these changes will affect financial institutions, but I understand that several are looking to update their systems to implement this change as has been done in other jurisdictions. Ultimately, the amendments in this bill will benefit consumers and their representatives by smoothing the process for financial management and ensuring that the intention and the will of those who make a beneficiary is fulfilled.
The question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John's.
Can the minister take us through an example of a situation that changes in this bill will address?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So in a situation where an individual makes a beneficiary because they've set up a retirement savings plan as an example, and then that individual becomes incapacitated and somebody becomes a substitute decision maker, if in the future that substitute decision maker wants to convert that retirement fund into something, into another type of fund, they can't convert that and keep the same beneficiary, which frustrates the intention of the individual who initially made it.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I wonder if the minister could clarify what happened in the past. If there was no designated beneficiary, what happened to the funds in the TFSA or whatever when the individual passed away?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I don't know all the situations that would have happened. I think that a couple of situations may have happened. One is it might have dissuaded the person who was the substitute decision maker from making a conversion, or where there was a conversion that had to happen,
the beneficiary might have been lost, and then the funds would have gone into the estate if the individual died, and then would have been distributed in the manner in which the estate was set up.
The honourable member for St. John's.
As it currently stands, if a change to a plan needs to be made, what are the processes for doing so?
The honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm not sure if I entirely understood the question. If the member is asking, as it currently stands, if there's a need to change the beneficiary of an individual who's incapacitated, how does that happen? And I think the reasons for this legislation is that it can't happen by converting into a new fund. And so this will allow the conversion to happen and allow for that initial beneficiary designation to be fulfilled and to be done in the way that the person who's incapacitated wanted to have before they were incapacitated.
The honourable member for River Heights.
To the minister, I'm presuming that a good example of where this might happen is where the individual who has the tax-free savings account or RIF or RSVP has dementia and can no longer adequately make decisions. Maybe the minister can provide other examples where this would also happen.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
I think that certainly is one example of where it could happen. I mean, there's other ways that people become incapacitated and aren't able to take ownership over their own affairs. I mean, people can be in accidents, there can be other medical situations that happen other than dementia. I think there's probably a long and difficult list of things to go through, but in any situation where a person loses the ability to make decisions on their own and they have to have a substitute decision maker, this is beneficial for them.
The honourable member for St. John's.
How will this bill ensure that a person's beneficiaries will receive the benefits to which they are entitled?
The honourable Minister of Justice.
It'll ensure that they receive the that which they're entitled to, because it allows for that beneficiary to remain if the instrument is in some way changed or converted, either through choice or because the instrument needs to be converted at a certain time frame.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, just to be entirely clear, the application of this bill is solely for when a person who made the initial decision to name a beneficiary no longer has the mental capacity to designate a beneficiary.
The honourable Minister of Justice.
I believe that is correct. I'm not sure if there's a situation the member might be thinking about that might be different, but this deals specifically when an individual is incapacitated, but they designated a beneficiary, and then the substitute decision maker needs to make a conversion. I can seek out if there's any other situations that might apply and provide the information at committee if there are any others.
The honourable member for St. John's.
This bill allows substitute decision makers to maintain the original beneficiary designation under certain conditions, such as moving our RSP to another financial institution. Does the minister have an understanding of how frequently this issue has actually been a problem?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
I don't know to what extent it's recorded, because probably a lot of substitute decision makers either chose not to make the conversion or not to move it to another financial institution because they might have lost a beneficiary. I can find out how many situations that's recorded in terms of how many conversions are made where the beneficiary was lost, but my guess is that many substitute decision makers probably didn't make the conversion or the transfer because of what might happen to the beneficiary.
Honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, what happens if, as time passes and then you get into this situation, if at that point the designated beneficiary has died or passed away, or the designated charity is defunct?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I'm not trying to give legal advice again on the floor of the House, but my assumption is that if a beneficiary is made and that beneficiary predeceases the individual who made the gift, that any funds that couldn't be flowed to that beneficiary, I'm assuming would go into the estate and then they would flow through the estate, or if that person died intestate without a will, then there are rules and regulations by which funds are distributed. But if the member wants more specific legal advice, I could seek it out for him.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Upon introduction, the minister cited a request from financial institutions in making this change. Which financial institutions did the minister speak to with regard to the proposed changes here?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I did not personally speak to financial institutions, but my understanding is that there's been requests that have come to the department and to government. I can provide a list of financial institutions who might have been in contact with the government at committee.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, this would apply where the plan is changed or modified in some fashion. One presumes that the decision to modify the plan is made in the best interests of the client. But could this be used, just to be the devil's advocate, as it were, to change the plan so that it wouldn't, be the same plan that the individual had? I mean, for instance, changing the TFSA so that you have it investing.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I think I understood the minister or the member's question. Not that he's unused to playing the devil's advocate, but I suspect that a substitute decision maker generally is operating under some fiduciary duties to act in the best interest of those who which they have decision-making power over. Some of that's governed by legislation, so can't speak to any individual specific situation because there might be various ways that that's done. But generally, there is some fiduciary responsibility, I believe, to the person for whom you're making decisions on behalf of.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
What safeguards are in place to make sure legal representatives act in the best interest of the person that they're representing?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Similar to the answer to my friend from River Heights, again, under lots of different provisions, whether it's the Public Trustee Act or otherwise, there's fiduciary responsibilities. Some of them are legislated. If it's a lawyer who's making those decisions or acting on a person's behalf, of course, there are responsibilities that are put on lawyers through their individual bar associations and other responsibilities. So generally, substitute decision makers of a variety of different forms have fiduciary responsibilities to those who they're acting on behalf of.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, just to take the point that I raised a moment ago a little bit further. I mean, if you have a committee or a substitute decision maker who decides to take the money in a tax-free savings account, which has been in a fairly safe investment, and put it in a very risky investment, would this change make that easier to do?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I don't believe it would make it easier to do. I think if somebody was acting in a way that wasn't in the best interest of the person for whom they had decision-making power over, they wouldn't be worried about who the beneficiary would be in one form or the other. They would be acting in a way that was not in the best interest of the person they were acting in. Again, though, generally there would be some rules around that, and there could be action taken against that. But if somebody is determined to act in a way that's not in the best interest of the person they should be acting for, my guess is that this would have nothing to dissuade them.
Further questions? If not, I will recognize the Honourable Member for St. John's in debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to put a couple of words on the record in respect of Bill 19, the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act. Recognizing that many Manitobans live with a condition that may leave them unable to change plans which affect their beneficiaries, it's important to give legal representatives the ability to make best choices on behalf of the person that they're representing. This bill proposes that a legal representative of a person be able to make a beneficiary designation on behalf of a participant or an individual if the individual cannot make the designation for themselves. This step is safeguarded by the fact that legal representatives can only designate a beneficiary if the beneficiary was already listed as a beneficiary of an older plan which is being renewed or replaced. Currently, legal representatives can only make decisions regarding beneficiaries on behalf of other people while a plan, such as a bank account, is ongoing. However, if changes to the plan need to be made, for example, if a type of a bank account needs to be changed, the representative is not able to make this decision without the express consent of the person they're representing, who may no longer be able to make such a decision due to a disability or health condition. This bill will add additional safeguards to ensure that a plan administrator is expressly required to verify the identity of a person making a designation and the identity and authority of the representative before accepting designation. This bill is one small step for Manitobans living with health conditions or disability and those who support them. The government needs to do a lot more to support vulnerable Manitobans. I do just want to put on the record some of the things that the members opposite in the PC cabinet have done since taking office. They've continued to cut services for Manitobans with disabilities. And now what we've seen in the last couple of years is they're using the pandemic to also further and make these cuts. Disability advocates and concerned community members spoke out against the PC government's failure to provide inclusive health policy during the pandemic, which again, I'll remind folks, we're still in it. And despite the requests from disability advocates and physicians, the PC government did not develop any triage protocols. Manitoba Health, Shared Health said it doesn't need any guidance, even though its own ethical framework for pandemic decision making called for it over many years ago. I'm just showing the lack of concern for folks with disabilities that the PC government has shown in the last couple of years, which goes to show, to illustrate that we still need a lot more from this PC government in respect of safeguarding individuals. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that that we understand that now, for years after receiving the Virgo report, the province has hired yet another consultant to do another review instead of action, Madam Speaker. With those few words, I will leave it there.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill follows legislation which has been passed in British Columbia, Alberta, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, in which substitute decision makers can carry over a beneficiary designation in situations where a plan is renewed, replaced, or converted. This legislation seems, from my perspective, to be sensible. There is, I'm sure, some experience with the legislation in other jurisdictions, and it would certainly help to have at the committee stage somebody from one of these other jurisdictions talk about their experience with this legislation and whether there have been any problems or pitfalls with it. I mean, the types or the concerns or the problems with the legislation like this is often they're in the finding that there are people who will not follow precisely what the intent of the legislation is, but they will divert it in a way that is not beneficial to the intent or the original intent. I think that the safeguards, from what I can see, are reasonable, and I'm optimistic that this can work well. It will be important support
for decisions which are made by individuals who later develop dementia or other mental disabilities and are unable to make decisions for themselves anymore. I'm glad to see that the government is paying some attention to individuals with mental health or brain health or broadly disabilities. We certainly, during the pandemic, have seen situations where people in personal care homes with various stages of dementia have not been treated well and where there are major shortcomings. And so we hope that this is a step in a better direction than we've seen in the past from this government. I look forward to discussion at committee stage and to this legislation moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, miigwech.
Question before the House is second reading of Bill number 19, the Beneficiary Designation, Retirement Savings and Other Plans Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. I will now call Bill 23, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2022. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 23, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2022, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of this House. His Honor, the Administrator, has been advised of the bill, and I table the message.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 23, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2022, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. His Honour, the Administrator, has been advised of the bill and the message has been tabled. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this annual piece of legislation that comes forward that this year amends 10 acts to reduce or eliminate regulatory requirements and streamline government operations that support Manitoba residents and organizations. I'm pleased also to inform the House, as part of this government's efforts to reduce red tape, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, CFIB, recently released its report card for jurisdictions in terms of their red tape reduction, and Manitoba finished first in the country, receiving an A grade in terms of its efforts, and this annual piece of legislation is a significant part of the reason for receiving that top grade. The proposed amendments make meaningful changes across multiple departments, and they include amending the Employment Standards Code to allow for documents including notices and orders to be served by email, amending the Executive Government Organization Act to provide for the appointment and remuneration of a military liaison. Members will know the good work of the military liaison. There was a time 1 year where the NDP, I believe, paid the then military liaison, who was the former member for St. James, Bonnie Korzanowski. This doesn't propose to pay quite as much as the NDP paid, but it still recognizes that it's important work. It amends the Manitoba Institute of Trades and Technology Act to repeal unproclaimed provisions that require the Manitoba Institute of Trades and Technology to obtain the minister's approval before establishing or making significant changes to a program of study or a facility that receives government grants. This again isn't proclaimed, so it's just removing it. Was never put in place. Amending the Insurance Act to make the provisions dealing with automobile insurance, unless required by a vehicle's contract of insurance, to no longer apply to a vehicle that does not have to be registered, such as a snowplow, which is relevant this winter. And forms of automobile insurance also no longer have to be pre-approved by the Superintendent of Insurance. It amends the Personal Property Security Act to clarify the type of statement that must be filed to re-register a financing statement. Clarify that a clear demonstration of the intention of the parties is needed to create a security interest through a subrogation agreement. Require that financial statement be filed electronically, subject to certain exceptions. Clarify when registrations are invalidated by error. provide that the regulations may set out the form, content, and manner of use of certain demands issued under the Act, extend the time that a secured party has to comply with certain demands from 20 to 30 days, and eliminate special rules applicable to discharging registrations relating to trust indentures. Amending the Real Property Act to allow the Registrar General to make rules of practice specifying circumstances in which accepted status may be given to certain instruments. The type of instrument may be set on regulation. It amends the Residential Tenancies Act to remove the requirement for the members of an appeal panel to be in the same place for a hearing. It also permits hearings to be held by electronic means. That's the learning coming out of the pandemic in terms of electronic and virtual meetings. It amends the Statutes and Regulations Act to establish the Statutes and Regulations Review Board, a committee of cabinet, which replaces the Regulatory Accountability Committee of Cabinet to better reflect the activities and responsibilities of the committee. As the chair of that committee, I'm happy to answer questions about that change. And it amends the Regulatory Accountability Act to remove references to the Regulatory Accountability Committee. Subsequent change to the previous one I just announced. And amends the Workers' Compensation Act to enable that the minister no longer has the power to determine which program offered under the Act is to be reviewed by an independent auditor. Rather, the Board of Directors must determine which program is reviewed, hence making it more independent. And Madam Speaker, we'll have the opportunity to discuss this bill at committee in more details, as it's a bill that reflects a number of different departments by the nature of this bill. If there are detailed questions regarding a particular piece of legislation that is not in the Department of Justice, I'm happy to answer as best I can, but where I cannot, I'll take those questions as notice and bring them, the answers to the committee when that is held.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John's.
Providing easy access for people to attend appeal hearings on rental disputes is great, but I would ask the minister what he's doing to help keep rent affordable and provide housing for many Manitobans who are in desperate need of it.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
While it's not directly under my ministry, the member will know that the government froze rent for 2 years during the pandemic as a result of concerns regarding increasing rent rates. So the 2-year freeze was important, I think, for those who are renting. There's many other things that the Minister of Families is doing when it comes to affordable housing. We were very excited to hear the announcement last week about the redevelopment of the Bay Downtown and the affordable housing that will be happening within that facility as well.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I wonder if the minister would provide more details on the replacement for the Regulatory Accountability Committee.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the member for the question. It's a committee that I chair and that I've chaired on and off during our time in government. It's not per se replacing the committee as much as it is renaming it. It's currently called the Regulatory Accountability Committee of Cabinet, but it also deals with statutes. So the renaming of the committee reflects the fact that it doesn't just deal with regulatory issues.
Honourable Member for St. John's.
If the purpose of this bill is to reduce red tape, I would ask the minister why his government is adding an additional deputy minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I'm not sure if the member opposite feels that deputy ministers are red tape. I know that at one point they made a significant issue about the loss of an ADM, an assistant deputy minister, when it came to French languages services in the Department of Education. I think the government reorganizes in a way that best provides services to both the department and subsequently to the public. But if the member opposite feels that a deputy minister is red tape, that is certainly an opinion she can hold.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, my question to the minister deals with snow plows. The minister is removing the requirement that a snow plow have insurance. So what happens, can the minister tell us, if a snow plow gets into an accident or which affects other vehicles?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So my understanding is that currently there are certain vehicles, including snowplows, which do not have to be registered in that way, but I believe the question should get a more technical answer from those who are registering vehicles, so I will provide that to the member at committee.
Are there any further questions? The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, in the changes to the Real Property Act, the rules of practice specifying circumstances in which accepted status may be given to certain instruments. Can the minister provide examples of what instruments he's talking about?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'll provide a list at committee from the relevant department.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Under the Workers' Compensation Act, the Board of Directors must determine which program is reviewed by the independent auditor. Why is it that the independent auditor is not given the ability to make decisions about what program should be reviewed?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So the only change that's happening here is that it is the board that will make the determination on which program gets reviewed and not the minister. So I think the intention here is to make this more independent, as workers' compensation is more of an independent entity. So it doesn't change the nature of the auditor's abilities, but if the member opposite feels that there should be changes to how the auditor can engage in these reviews, that's an amendment he could entertain.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Under the Employment Standards Code, there is a reference before the email is sent, the person had notified the sender in writing that the email address may no longer be used for the service of documents. By notifying the sender in writing, does that include by email, or does it have to be a written letter signed?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'll ask the relevant department to provide that answer at committee.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Under the Executive Government Organization Act, the military liaison shall be paid an amount equivalent to the indemnity provided for legislative assistance in the regulations. Can the minister tell us what the situation is now, whether the military liaison is receiving remuneration or an indemnity, and on what basis is it currently being provided?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Currently, the military envoy, who does tremendous work, as did the previous military envoy, is not remunerated, is not paid for that service. I think the only exception that I'm aware of in the last, since the position was created, is that the former member for St. James, the former NDP member for St. James, who was the military envoy, was employed by the former NDP government to continue on in that role, and I believe that they were paid what the equivalent salary of an MLA was at that time.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
So this would provide an indemnity like a legislative assistant. Can the minister provide more details of the job description of the military liaison and the amount of time that is consumed in that job?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I know that the work of the former minister, military envoy, current minister responsible for advanced education and immigration, and the current military envoy, they've done exceptional work in meeting with military personnel in Manitoba, discussing what various needs they have. Sometimes it's issues regarding drivers and certification if they're coming from other places in Canada. Sometimes it's providing other support. often it's attending military events, ensuring there's a provincial government a perspective there. I can tell you that both of the individuals who have fulfilled that role in our time in government have done an exceptional job, and whatever they're going to get paid, which is equivalent to a legislative assistant, isn't reflective of the great work they do.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Is there any requirement of the military liaison to provide a report to the government, to the legislature of the work that's done?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I can tell you that during my time as the Minister of Legislative and Public Affairs and Deputy Premier, at that point the military envoy was reporting to me in that role, and they regularly reported to me on their activities.
Seeing that as there are no further questions, then the floor is open for debate, and I would recognize the honourable member for St. John's.
Bringing it home. Okay, Miigwech, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to put a couple of words on the record in respect to Bill 23, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2022. This bill is cleaning up a lot of things that could have already been addressed in previous bills, but like often the PC government failed to do so. This act makes it easier for people to attend appeals online, which is necessary because the PC's government policy decisions when it comes to housing and the rights of renters, as we all know and as Manitobans know, has been a disaster. They're still cleaning up the Workers' Compensation Act 4 years after having received a qualified opinion from the Auditor General. This bill is supposedly supposed to reduce red tape, but it gives this government the potential to add another deputy minister when they already have 2 more deputy ministers in place than the previous NDP government. Housing is a right, as we know, Madam Speaker, and all Manitobans should be able to access affordable, safe, quality housing. It's important that people be able to participate in appeals virtually, as this increases access, and hopefully more people will be able to have their appeals heard. This is necessary, especially in light of all the hardships of the last few years and rent increases that too many Manitobans have been dealing with. Unfortunately, this PC caucus is not doing enough to help renters, and especially low-income Manitobans to be able to afford housing. In fact, as I've said in this chamber many, many times, and as almost every single member of our team here has said, the housing crisis has only grown exponentially under the administration of these folks here opposite, who really, once again, do not care about Manitobans who are unsheltered or those folks that are just struggling to try and find affordable, adequate, safe social housing. Every week we bring up social housing in QP, trying to implore this government to actually do things. I know that the member for Point Douglas, the member for Notre Dame have brought up in this chamber the conditions of some of the housing units in their constituency, particularly for Manitoba housing, and the need for extra security. And I mean, once again, it falls, on folks that just do not want to hear or listen to that message, or simply don't care. They've also, the PC caucus have also demonstrated this by approving all 310 above guideline rent increases, applications in the 2019-2020 year, despite, the impacts on renters. I remember, I guess this would have been before the chamber or the Manitoba Legislature had closed down. We had brought in an older retired Manitoban who had her rent increase by 30%, which was hundreds of dollars, which when you're on a fixed income is money that is taken from other budget lines, your food. In some cases, we know that older Manitobans won't get their prescriptions filled. And, the members opposite have allowed that to happen here. And the way that it currently exists is that landlords can apply for above guideline rent increases for reasons as minute as operating expenses. which is simply just ongoing maintenance. Many of these increases came immediately after the rent freeze was lifted. And again, some of them were, as 30%, but some were as high as 50%. Again, as I said, this puts Manitobans in a very difficult situation, particularly those that are on fixed incomes, choosing which of their necessities they're going to be able to do that particular month. Many renters are low income, meaning that any increase to rent is hard for them to deal with, and not to mention rents that are as high as 30 or 50%, just at the stroke of a pen by members opposite. To imagine that your rent would go up by 50% is incredible. And when you think about the fact that many Manitobans lost their job during the pandemic, and now, is not the time to be making increases to what is a human right. Manitobans have a human right to access housing, safe, affordable, healthy housing. And here under this PC administration, many folks have had their rents increased by 50%. It's absolutely shameful, Deputy Speaker. And what does that do? Well, we know what that does. That ends up ensuring that, more and more Manitobans are living under the poverty line. And, instead of, this government understanding that, it's in everybody's best interest to lift up Manitobans, to ensure, particularly in times of crisis, like a pandemic that has only occurred, the last time this occurred was 100 years ago. Instead of stepping up, ensuring that Manitobans are taken care of, this government has done the absolute worst, and the opposite. And what ends up happening is that the outcomes are worse for not only those individuals, but for all of us. Because when people are struggling, their health starts to go down, their social determinants of health start to, so it's just bad all around. That's not all they did, though. The amendment to the Employment Standards Codes makes it easier to submit documents, but again, members opposite could have done this months ago. Again, this PC government got a qualified opinion from the Auditor General, which is why last year they introduced a bill on changes to Workers' Compensation Board, where obviously important things were missed, Deputy Speaker. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. I have very few minutes here, but this government has been ignoring the Auditor General for 4 years, even though they got a qualified opinion, and pretended like they did not have a direct control of the Workers' Compensation Board. Manitobans expect their government legislative agenda to be driven by public policy and by the needs of Manitobans, and not a financial shell game. We know that the PC government drafted Bill 18 last year to address the fact that they cooked the books, even introducing legislation to satisfy the auditor's definition of financial control. As everything else that the members opposite have done and continue to do, that's not good governance, Deputy Speaker. 3 years ago, the Pallister and Stephenson governments stopped reporting WCB as part of their summary budget accounting. Despite the objections of the Attorney General or Auditor General, they continue to do this for years, and it's clear why. They're cooking the books to hide how they've been cutting. Oh, there's just so much to get through here, Deputy Speaker. For the first time in Manitoba history, the Manitoba government received 3 qualified opinions from the provincial auditor for its public accounts. This is unprecedented and is clearly an attempt by the PC government to avoid fair presentation of the province's finances by generally accepted accounting rules. The PC government moved money around at the end of the fiscal year and defied auditors' direction about what organizations can count. Deputy Speaker, there's a lot more that we could go on all night. Unfortunately, I don't have much time in respect of laying out or making the case in respect of what a disaster
that this PC caucus and every single member opposite have been for Manitobans. And, you know, I know that we on this side, you know, think about very seriously all of the things that we're going to have to clean up and the years of trying to even just figure out what the PCs have done, and then the years that it's going to take to clean up the mess of members opposite. The mess that members opposite have created with no concern and no care on the lives of Manitobans. Deputy Speaker, it can be overwhelming when you think about everything that we will have to fix, hopefully in 2023, if Manitobans know and trust that we're willing to do the job. We're going to do the job 1,000 times better than members opposite, because the difference between us and them is that we care. We care about Manitobans. We care about lifting up Manitobans from poverty. You know, we believe that everybody has the right to equal opportunities and should be...
The member's time has expired. The honourable member for River Heights.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, a few comments on Bill 23. I asked a whole series of questions, and I look forward to the committee stage when hopefully I will get some answers. Well, I appreciate
Order.
it, and I'm looking forward to the answer. I told you that. There are not some of the egregious concerns that we saw in previous Reducing Red Tape Act, which was a cover-up for making some poor changes to reduce environmental protections. But there are issues here related to how this government is addressing housing and residential tenancies and rent increases, and there's no doubt that there have been major increases in rents, and yet the support for housing under programs like employment and income assistance and rent assist hasn't kept pace with the increase in costs. And so one of the problems is that people are making decisions whether they're going to have a place to live in or whether they're going to have food to eat. And that's not a very nice decision to have to make. And so clearly the situation needs to be substantially improved from what it is currently with the government, which has refused to increase the basic EIA rate, as an example. It is, I think, a reasonable move to have the military liaison receive an indemnity, but I think it would be desirable also to have a report from the military liaison that could be tabled in the legislature so that not just the Minister of Justice, but others in the chamber would know what the military liaison is doing and the contributions of the military liaison. So that would certainly be my recommendation in respect to that. With those comments, as I said, I look forward to the answers at committee stage and any discussion that may be coming. Thank you. Merci, Miigwech.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 23, the Reducing Red Tape and Improving Services Act 2022. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. We will now proceed to Bill 29, Mennonite College Federation Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 29, the Mennonite College Federation Amendment Act, loi modifiant la loi sur la Fédération des collègues mennonites, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House.
Could have had a Mennonite seconded, but no.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration, seconded by the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 29, the Mennonite College Federation Amendment Act, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to explain the objectives of Bill 29, the Mennonite College Federation Amendment Act. This bill will modernize the legislative framework of the Canadian Mennonite University and support its effective governance. The Canadian Mennonite University has requested these changes be made to reflect the evolution of the Mennonite College Federation into the Canadian Mennonite University, CMU, and to support the operational needs of the institution. The Canadian Mennonite University was once a quasi-federated body of 3 previously independent member colleges: Concord College, Canadian Mennonite Bible College, and Menno Simons College. Today, this is no longer the case. The once decentralized operating functions of the founding colleges, including mandates, governance, activities, assets, and relationships, had previously been consolidated into a single centralized university known as Canadian Mennonite University. The current governance structure of Canadian Mennonite University consists of a Canadian Mennonite University Council and Board of Governors. This structure is outlined in the bill, and the Act is retitled the Canadian Mennonite University Act to reflect the shift to a single university. The Menno Simons Incorporation Act is repealed to reflect that the corporation has been dissolved as part of the evolution of Canadian Mennonite University's governance. Menno Simons College continues to operate as a program of the university in affiliation with the University of Winnipeg. Government is committed to ensuring high-quality post-secondary for all Manitobans and is pleased to support Canadian Mennonite University in these necessary updates to the institution's legislative framework. In closing, I want to send advanced congratulations to the graduating class of 2022 of CMU, who will be having their ceremony on Saturday, April 30th. I wish you all well in your future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the Minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members. And no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The floor is open for questions. The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister how long he's been working on this bill and who he consulted with the crafting of this bill.
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for the question. CMU's governance model evolved over time, and legislative changes were requested by CMU in 2019 to reflect the changes. The project faced some delays due to the prioritization of the pandemic response legislation and was revisited in 2021-2022.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this legislation. As I understand it, as the Act comes into force on the day that the bill receives royal assent, can the Minister please share with us where the status currently is with the governance of CMU, just knowing some action would have had to have taken place up until this point if it does come into effect the day it receives royal assent?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
What I can tell the member is that the 3 founding member colleges that made up the Federation, the Canadian Mennonite Bible College, Concord College, and the Menno Simons College, have since amalgamated as a single private religious university known as Canadian Mennonite University. Oversight is provided to the university by way of a CMU council and governing board.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What impact will this bill have on the day-to-day operations of CMU?
The honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, the changes are primarily legal in nature, with the day-to-day operations of CMU remaining unchanged. The Act is retitled to the Canadian Mennonite University Act. The roles of the three previous member colleges, as I mentioned, are removed from the Act.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Will the changes proposed in this bill impact the appointees, the government appointees on the board of CMU?
The honourable Minister for Advanced Education,
Thank you,
Skills and Immigration.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. First of all, government does not appoint any board members to CMU or other private religious institutions. They're subject to the general reporting requirements of the Advanced Education Administration Act for money received from the Legislature. This includes providing financial information, budgets, and access to other records as requested by the Minister, as well as the requirement to have a sexual violence policy.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you. Since the Minister mentioned funding for universities such as CMU, is the Minister looking at funding reviews and can provide a little information about funding model reviews for CMU and for other universities in Manitoba?
The honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What I can tell the member is that private religious institutions in Manitoba are not considered government reporting entities and receive normal operating grants. Private religious institutions receive significantly less money. Funding then is provided to public post-secondary institutions. For the 2021-2022 academic year, government provided CMU with an operating grant of just over $4 million.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
During the pandemic, I know some universities and colleges received one-time funding to deal with pandemic-related expenses. Did CMU also receive pandemic-related expenses, a one-time amount from the government, and if so, how much was that amount?
The honourable Minister for Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just told the member about the funding that they normally get, but I can get back to him on that question that he had later.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thanks. I appreciate the Minister's willingness to just get back to me and touch base on that particular point regarding to pandemic-related expenses. I wanted to touch just on general grants for CMU and for other universities. With the general grants remaining relatively the same, more burden of cost of universities are falling on students' tuition. Is the Minister satisfied with tuition, with cost of universities falling more and more on students?
The honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What I can say is that I know that having a daughter that goes to CMU, I know that she was attending university within the institution because the lower amount of class size that they had, and as a private religious institution, they cooperated. They coped really well during the pandemic.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I applaud anything we can do, whether it's in K-12 or in post-secondary, make sure that we have good teacher to student ratios with smaller class sizes. But I think that goes to even more further to the point of importance of having well-funded universities. So ask the Minister, if he's going to keep the grant the same for CMU and other universities, is he satisfied that more and more burden of costs of colleges and universities fall to students through tuition? Is he satisfied with that?
The honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member has some pretty legitimate questions, and I'm looking forward to answering them in estimates.
At committee.
The honourable member for St. Vital.
So yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to find out whether the tuition fee review for all institutions this year, the revenue for the tuitions across all institutions has gone up by $35 million in this year's budget. Is the minister going to reconsider that approach of relying on tuition to be revenue for the government, increasing amounts every year, and maybe make tuition a little bit more affordable for students in Manitoba?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, Skills and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have to remind the member that private religious institutions are not funded like post-secondary institutions, as I answered to him earlier.
That's right.
Are there any further questions? Seeing no questions, the floor is open for debate. The Honourable Member for St. Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think we're looking forward to the changes on through this bill, the CMU Amendment Act. I think the reason that we're seeing this change is because this is how CMU has been operating. They've been looking at a more efficient model of running their organizations through the different institutions that are associated with CMU, and they found a model that works. This bill would align with the more efficient operations that CMU is doing. It's unfortunate that it's taken 3 years for the government to catch up with this. This is something that CMU wanted since 2019, as the minister mentioned. So we're 3 years on, and this bill is just being put forward. And I know the pandemic puts a lot of wrenches and wrinkles, delays into certain things, but as a government who's responsive to the needs of institutions, the needs of students, the needs of what's going on with Manitobans, it should take more, it should have happened with more urgency than 3-year delay from when it was first really requested and discussed between the government and Canadian Mennonite University. Now, I think the changes in this bill really go to CMU seeing how they can run their operation better now and into the future. They're looking at the health of their institution, their organization, what's best for their administration, what's best for their faculty, and what's best for their students. And that's why we have this bill in front of us today. But as it comes and it relates to what's best for the health of students, it's impossible for us to ignore the increasing tuition that every Manitoban student is facing with greater challenge and greater difficulty year after year as tuitions increased under this government. We see that in this budget alone, with a very small increase for grants for institutions well below the rate of inflation, that this government is relying on an increase of revenue from tuition of $35 million. That's going to put greater challenge for every student in Manitoba to be able to afford their tuition. Every single student in Manitoba is going to face a further challenge in a year where we already have record-setting inflation rate. So now do students not only have to face a burden of higher food costs, of higher transportation costs, of higher housing costs, of perhaps higher child care costs. This government has also chosen to put the burden of higher tuition costs onto students. They didn't have to do this. There were other options presented to them in this budget. They had other choices to go around, but the government has chosen to make tuition higher for students at a record-setting pace over the last 6 years. And that's exactly what we're continuing to see, that students are more and more taking on the burden of tuition instead of getting the assistance that this government could be providing. And that's the choice that this government's making each and every year, to raise that tuition up higher and higher and higher. And so I ask you, how are we setting up the young people in our province for success? Are we setting them up with the opportunities to have an accessible post-secondary education? The opportunities that many of us in this chamber were afforded to go to school at an affordable rate, to get yourself ahead through the opportunity that education allows us, and give us hope for a brighter future in Manitoba. A future where we can invest in young people in this province to be the leaders the drivers of our economy into the future? Do we give them that opportunity? And do we do our best as leaders in this province to set them up for success? That's what we should be doing. But yet every time we think this government has a choice, they seem to find a way to make those things more challenging for students. Make the tuition a little bit more expensive every year. No, sorry, I correct myself. A lot more expensive every year. Do not make an investment in transportation, which affects students. Don't see those investments in affordable housing, which impacts students. And the list goes on. And I bring up one more or two more points, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The fact that there's a desperate need for additional mental health supports for students in university who've suffered the challenges of going through the pandemic as students. The difficulties of having to navigate online classes, some classes in person, worrying about being safe on campus, and that stress of doing so. And yet we see very little, if not any, mental health supports from this government specific for post-secondary students. And the other point I want to bring up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the continued challenge that international students have in Manitoba. And in addition to all the other issues I've raised for students in this province, international students face an even higher burden of tuition, an even higher cost that is often 3 or 4 times the cost of domestic students. And so they face that additional higher burden of tuition, and at the same time, this government refuses to allow them to be participants in our public health care system. They've chosen to disallow, to refuse, to remove international students from our healthcare system. International students who attend CMU and attend all of our colleges and universities in Manitoba. They are not allowed, by this government's word, to be and participate in our public healthcare system. Now, you think that public healthcare should be something that we all are proud of and that we all allow to as many people to take advantage of this amazing system which we as Canadians are proud to have, a public healthcare system. And what introduction do international students have to our country, to our province in Manitoba? A government, a provincial government, that slams the door in their face when it comes to public healthcare. When internationals come into the students, they see Friendly Manitoba on the bumper sticker, on the driver's license of every car in the province. When they see that Friendly Manitoba, do they see Friendly Manitoba from this PC government? No, they see them slamming the door in their face when it comes to public health care. And they see that every single time that they have to pay for their own private health insurance. Private health insurance. They see that slam in the door every time they try to go to get the healthcare system, and they have to bring up a separate card, and someone looks at it more closely and judges and has to deem whether it's worthy of them getting healthcare. And this, in turn, scares off international students from even trying to access healthcare. And what more worrying time do international students have to concern for their health than during a global pandemic? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we went through a global pandemic. In fact, we're still going through a global pandemic. And international students have had the most difficult time trying to navigate the healthcare system because this government has removed them and disallowed them from the public healthcare system.
Bill 29.
And we ought to do our best to allow them to come back on to our public health care system. These international students who attend CMU and attend all the colleges and universities in our province are begging and asking and demanding that this government take concrete action to allow them to get back on our public health care system. It's not just good for them. It's not just the right thing to do. It's not just to show them that we really are friendly Manitobans and we should be welcoming international students into our province, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's what's right for our healthcare system. It keeps all of us safe. when people can get access to healthcare, when we can all have equitable access to healthcare in our province. That is what's the right thing to do. This government has for years refused to do this in the face of a pandemic. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to just close in my remarks on this bill by saying that not only are these some of the most important issues in our province, but this is what sets up our future. These young people who are attending colleges and universities in our province are going to be around here for decades and decades in this province. They're going to be the ones to call this place home for the next generation and generation after that. And we want them all to be successful parts of this province. So how do we set them off right? We ought to make university and colleges more accessible, more affordable, and ensure that all international students can get public health care in Manitoba. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's nice to have the opportunity to rise and speak just for a few minutes on Bill 29, the Mennonite College Federation Act. And just before getting into the legislation itself, I wanted to thank the minister for bringing this bill forward and for the bill briefing in which we had. I think the minister had shared with us at the bill briefing that this was in fact his first bill briefing in his portfolio. And between him and the departmental staff, I really want to thank them all for fielding all the conversations, all the questions that the member for St. Vital and myself had about the legislation and all the conversation that came from the bill briefing itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to use this as an opportunity to talk a bit about the importance of autonomy in our post-secondary institutions. From a student and faculty perspective, we have seen the harm that interference can play. It's important that post-secondary schools and students have this autonomy because no one knows how to deal with the issues at hand better than the people who are dealing with the issues. And we can bring examples here into this Manitoba legislature. A minister who is responsible for a portfolio should have some experience in the department in which they are representing the province of Manitoba, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And just to give an example of this, and this is all on top of tuition going up, keep this in mind. There was a time when this government first got elected, they made the decision to get rid of tuition rebates. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, tuition rebates is something that many students here in Manitoba relied upon. Oftentimes, tuition rebates became a down payment for the first house a post-student might then buy. It oftentimes became payment towards their first vehicle or paying off all of their student debts. And one of the first things this government did when they came into government was take away these tuition rebates. And again, this is just on top of tuition prices continuing to rise over the years, Madam Speaker. Another reason the government needs to respect autonomy is because post-secondary institutions have been built and set up in a way that enables them to make the decisions that best suit their needs. Madam Speaker, different schools in our province have different needs. Schools in Brandon, universities in Brandon, colleges in Brandon, they have different needs than the colleges and universities and all post-secondary facilities have here in Winnipeg. And that's why it's not right for government to have their hand in the pot here, Madam Speaker, and be the one pulling all the strings and making all the decisions. That's why we have school boards. That's why we have student elections. We have people to advocate for these issues, the issues being experienced in the schools. You know, we recently saw this with the faculty members, and this government needs to encourage and enable negotiations, not cut off people's opportunities. You know, the member for St. Vital explained it very well in his speech, Madam Speaker. We need to be creating opportunities for students, providing incentive, getting people excited to come to school here in Manitoba, not taking away all of their opportunities. And you know, this was mentioned during the question portion just here this afternoon, Madam Speaker, this evening, Madam Speaker. But we need to think about how students have been affected during the pandemic No, not every student was affected in negative ways, but many students were. Many students were affected when it comes to mental health, and we are in a dire state right now in the province of Manitoba where mental health resources are not accessible. We need more going into our mental health resources because our students, they have been coming to us, and I know they've been going to members across the way as well, expressing their concerns, saying that I have been struggling because of what has happened through my post-secondary degree, Madam Speaker, in relation to the pandemic. Many post-secondary students also were unable to attend classes in person. And you know, you think about this, some people wait their whole lives to go to post-secondary, some people who are very excited to attend post-secondary, and a huge part of that experience is being on campus, being with your fellow classmates. It's not just about the academics, Madam Speaker, it's a social setting as well, where you learn much, much more than just academics. And all of these things were adjusted, and students had to be adaptable throughout the pandemic. And again, we needed this government to step up at the time and help these students out. And we need to talk about international students. You know, I spoke about this for quite a bit the other day in the House, Madam Speaker, but international students continue to be taken advantage of by this government. International students pay so much money to come to Manitoba and bring all of their skills, all of their knowledge, all of their education, and then they pay so much more than any domestic student on top of room and on top of board, and yet this government made the decision that they are not worthy of free health care here in Manitoba. That's ridiculous. Every person in Manitoba, every person in Canada, quite frankly, but for the sake of this government, every person in Manitoba should have access to health care, Madam Speaker. Education as a whole, it's much, much more than just a 9-to-5 typical job. As students, we learn many critical skills. And you know, I can attest to this, Madam Speaker. I've been in school essentially my entire life, and about a month ago, I submitted my final paper, and I get to graduate this June, and I'll have my master's in marriage and family therapy. I want to thank my colleagues. It has been a very difficult time being a full-time politician and taking one class and one practicum at a time. I've been doing my master's for about 7 years. But it's helped me appreciate the needs that many students here in the province do in fact have and do in fact face. And that's why I feel quite passionate about it, Madam Speaker, that we need to be doing more. We need to encourage students, and we need to provide opportunities for them to succeed in our province. Madam Speaker, we are going to be supporting this legislation because we believe what the legislation entails, but I want to encourage the minister to continue to do more for students, because what's happening is not enough, and they deserve better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 29, the Mennonite College Federation Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. We will now move on to Bill 26, resuming debate on second reading of Bill 26, the Officers of the Assembly Act, various acts amended. Are there any members wishing to? If not, all right. The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 26, the Officers of the Assembly Act, various acts amended act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader?
Is it the will of the House to call it midnight?
Is it the will of the House to call it midnight? Agreed. So the hour being midnight, this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.